I've been walking for a living for almost 20 years now. I'm a land surveyor. Most people hear that and picture a guy in an orange vest standing next to a highway looking through a little telescope. And honestly, that's not wrong. But the part they don't picture is everything else. The part where you park the truck at the end of a dirt road and walk 4 miles through sagebrush to find a corner marker somebody hammered into the ground back when your grandfather was a kid. The part where you're the only person for 10 miles in any direction and the wind is the loudest thing you'll hear all day. I've spent my whole adult life in empty country, and I'll tell you the thing that empty country taught me, the thing this whole story is really about. Out there, water isn't a convenience. Water is the entire question. Everything else is details. Point is, I know the desert. I'm comfortable in it. I've never been the kind of guy who gets spooked by silence or big open ground, because silence and big open ground are basically my office. I'm telling you all this up front so you understand that what happened to me and Cole didn't happen because we were beginners, or careless, or out of our depth. We did everything right, every single thing, and it almost didn't matter. Cole's been my best friend since the 10th grade. He's a diesel mechanic, works on ag equipment and heavy trucks, and he's one of those people who's physically incapable of doing anything halfway. If Cole packs for a trip, the pack gets weighed. If Cole plans a route, the route gets printed, laminated, and marked up in 3 colors of pen. For years I gave him grief about it. I'd tell him nobody on earth needs 3 colors of pen for a weekend hike. He'd just shrug and say the same thing every time, that nobody ever died from being overprepared. I used to think that was just a thing he said. We started section hiking together maybe 12 years ago. If you don't know the term, section hiking just means you take a long trail, one of those routes that runs hundreds of miles across a state, and instead of doing the whole thing in one summer the way the thru hikers do, you bite off a piece at a time. A long weekend here, a week there. Over the years, the pieces add up. It became our thing, mine and Cole's. Once a year, sometimes twice, we'd pick our next chunk of trail, put in for the time off, and go knock it out. We'd done forest sections and canyon sections, and one section in the rain that we still argue about whose idea it was. And a few summers back, the next piece up on our list was the one everybody on that trail talks about, with a certain tone in their voice. The dry section. I'm not going to name the trail or the exact roads, and you'll understand why by the end of this. What I'll tell you is that it's high desert, big basin country, sagebrush and alkali flats and low bald mountains way off at the edges of things. And in the middle of that trail there's a stretch of about 41 miles where there is no reliable natural water. None. There's a spring marked on the old maps that's been dry for decades, and there's a cattle tank that has water in it maybe 2 years out of 10, and that's it. 41 miles. In high summer, when we went, daytime temperatures out there run 100 and above, and the ground soaks up heat all day and keeps letting it off long after dark. The heat doesn't really leave when the sun does, it just eases off a little until morning. Now 41 miles doesn't sound survivable without water, and on your own it basically isn't. Because in that heat, a person needs somewhere around a gallon a day just to stay level. And more if they're working hard. And a gallon of water weighs over 8 pounds. You can't carry 3 days of it plus your gear. The load would break you before the miles did. So here's how anybody hikes that section at all. And here's the thing you need to understand for the rest of this story to land the way it landed on us. Water caches. There's a volunteer community around that trail. Good people, mostly older folks, retired ranchers and trail club types and former thru hikers who live within driving distance of the dirt roads that cross the route. And what they do all summer long, out of their own pockets and the goodness of their own hearts, is they drive those roads and they leave water. Gallon jugs, the cheap plastic kind from the grocery store, stacked in milk crates or lined up in the shade of a juniper, right where the trail crosses the road. They check them every few days. They haul out the empties. Some of them leave a little notebook in a zip bag so hikers can sign their names and say thank you. There were 4 cache points spread through the dry section the summer we went, spaced roughly 9 miles apart, and one more just past the far end of it. The Trail Association posts updates about which caches are stocked. People plan their lives around those jugs. And I need to be really clear about this part. The system works. It had worked for years. Hundreds of hikers a season cross that dry stretch, and they cross it because strangers they will never meet keep leaving them water in the dirt. You see where this is going. I know you do. But I need you to sit in what we knew at the time, which was nothing. At the time it was just logistics. At the time it was Cole at my kitchen table with his printed maps, tapping each crossing with his pen, telling me the cache report was current, as of 2 days before our start date, and every point was showing full. We planned it as 3 days. Day 1 we'd get dropped at the trailhead on the south end early in the morning, hike about 15 miles, tanking up at the first cache along the way, and camp. Day 2 was the big one, 18 miles and 2 cache points. Day 3 we'd finish the last 8 miles, pass the final cache, and come out at a paved highway on the north end where Cole's wife Dana was going to meet us in the afternoon. We'd each carry capacity for 6 liters, which is a lot of weight when it's full. And the whole design of the plan was that we'd never actually need to be full for long, because the caches broke that 41 miles into short, manageable, totally survivable pieces. 9 miles between water sources is nothing. It's a morning. That's the entire logic of the system. Anyways, Dana dropped us at the southern trailhead a little after 5 in the morning, when the sky was gray-pink and the air still had the leftover cool of the night in it. I remember she made us stand together by the trailhead sign for a picture, and Cole complained about it, and she took it anyway. And then she told us to text her when we hit the highway on day 3 and drove off, and the sound of her tires on the gravel faded out, and then it was just us and the sagebrush and 41 dry miles. And I'll be honest with you, it was a great morning. It was a genuinely great morning. That first stretch of desert in the early light is one of the prettiest things I know. The brush was full of little gray birds making a racket, and a jackrabbit came busting out from under a bush and nearly gave Cole a heart attack, and we laughed about it for a mile. We were moving well. We were on schedule. Around 10, before the real heat came on, we reached the first road crossing, and the cache was right there where the report said it would be, tucked in the shade on the north side of a juniper. 2 milk crates, 14 full-gallon jugs, a couple of empties set apart with a rock on top of them so they wouldn't blow away, and the little notebook in its zip bag. We drank right there at the crate, a liter each, the way you're supposed to, because water in your belly does you more good than water on your back. We topped off every bottle we had. Cole signed the notebook for both of us and wrote thank you under our names, underlined twice, and I remember reading back through the pages while he did it. Names and dates going back through the whole summer. Little notes, lifesavers, God bless whoever does this. One guy had drawn a cartoon of himself kissing a jug. It was the friendliest document I'd ever read in the middle of nowhere, and it made the whole desert feel looked after. That's the word for what those caches did. They made 41 empty miles feel looked after. I will never forget that feeling, and I will never fully get it back, and that's the part of this that stays with me as much as any of the rest of it, but we'll get there. We hiked another 5 miles or so, and made camp early in the afternoon when the heat peaked, rigged a tarp for shade, and just lay there sweating and talking about nothing until the sun dropped low enough to take the edge off the heat. Ate dinner at dusk, watched the stars come up, and out there the stars come all the way up, thousands of them, more stars than a person could ever count. Cole fell asleep in about 4 minutes the way he always does. I lay awake a while longer, listening to the desert tick and cool around us, feeling good about the miles, good about the plan, good about all of it. That was the last fully good night of the trip. I'd tell you to enjoy it, but it's already gone. We were up at 4:30 the next morning, and walking by 5:15, headlamps on for the first half hour, because day 2 was the big day, and the whole game in that country is getting your miles done before the real heat arrives. The plan had us reaching the second cache by around 9, tanking up, pushing 9 more miles to the third cache by mid-afternoon, with a long shade break in the middle, then a few more easy miles to camp. 18 total. We'd done bigger days on harder ground. Neither of us was worried about anything except sunburn. The morning went exactly the way it was supposed to. That's something I keep coming back to when I tell this story, how ordinary the hours right before were. We watched the sun come up over the basin rim and turn everything orange, and we made good time on flat ground. And around 7 we stopped for breakfast on a little rise and could see the line of the trail stretched out ahead of us for what looked to be the rest of our lives. Cole checked our water and announced we were right on the curve, which is a Cole thing to say. And we drank on schedule, a few good swallows every half hour whether we felt thirsty or not, because by the time you feel thirsty out there you're already behind. By 8:30 it was hot, not dangerous hot but working hot, the kind where your shirt's been soaked and dried twice already, and there's salt crust on the brim of your hat. By 9 we could see the second road crossing ahead, a pale dirt line cutting through the brush, and off to the right of it a stand of 3 junipers, and Cole said something about first rounds on him. And we came down the last little grade joking around. And honest to God, I was thinking about nothing in the world except cold water that wasn't going to be cold. We found the crates in the shade of the biggest juniper, right where they were supposed to be, and every jug was empty. Now, I need to slow down here, because the empty part isn't the part that matters. The empty part, by itself, has an explanation, and we went to it immediately, both of us, without even having to say it out loud. Caches run dry. That's a known thing. A big group comes through, or a couple of heat waves stack up, or the volunteer who covers that road has a bad week, and a cache runs dry, and it's nobody's fault. And that's exactly why you carry more capacity than you think you need, which we had, and why you never pass water without topping off, which we hadn't. We were fine. Standing at that crate in the shade, doing the water count in my head, we were still completely fine. We had a little over 5 liters between us, and 9 miles to the next cache. Tight but fine. That's what my brain was doing, working the problem. And while it worked, my eyes kept moving over the jugs themselves. And somewhere in there my brain stopped working the problem because it had started to notice what I was actually looking at. The jugs weren't scattered the way empties get scattered. They weren't crushed down the way considerate hikers crush them to save the volunteer space. And they weren't lying loose the way lazy ones leave them. There were 17 of them. I counted. 17 one-gallon jugs, and every single one of them was standing upright in the crates in tidy rows, capped, with the caps snugged down tight. Every label was turned to face outward, the same direction. 17 jugs, faced and squared off in straight, even rows, neat enough that whoever did it had clearly taken their time, and the ground in front of the crates was stained, not wet anymore. It was past 9 in the morning by then, and that ground will pull the water out of anything, but you could see it. A broad darkened patch of dirt maybe 8 feet across, cracked into little plates the way mud cracks when it dries fast, with the crust of it swept and channeled where a lot of water had run out over it all at once and soaked away, right in front of the crates. Not off in the brush, not trailing away down the road the way you'd see spillage from someone filling bottles. One big stain, one event. Somebody had stood exactly where I was standing, and taken those jugs out one at a time, and opened them, and poured 17 gallons of drinking water onto the dirt. And then they'd put the caps back on. And then they'd line the jugs up neatly, labels out, and set them back in the crates. Cole crouched down over the stained ground, and didn't say anything for a while. I remember him picking up a jug and holding it up to the light and turning it, and putting it back, and picking up another one, and doing the same thing. And I asked him what he was looking for, and he said he didn't know. Here's where I have to be honest about how the human mind works, because we did not react to that cache the way you're probably reacting to it right now, hearing about it. You're ahead of the story. You've got the whole shape of it. We didn't. We stood in that shade for 20 minutes, and we built explanations, and I want to walk you through them, because each one seemed reasonable, and each one mattered later. First explanation, kids. Some ranch kids with a truck, bored out of their skulls, driving the back roads doing dumb, destructive stuff the way bored kids in trucks have done since trucks were invented. Problem with that one, kids don't clean up. Kids shoot the jugs, or stomp them, or throw them into the brush. Kids do not recap 17 bottles and face the labels. Board destruction is loud and messy, and this was quiet and neat, and some part of me knew that even as I was saying it out loud, but I said it out loud anyway. Second explanation, the volunteer. Maybe the volunteer who ran this cache had dumped old water to replace it and got interrupted before the resupply. That one held together for about 10 seconds, right up until you thought about it at all. Nobody dumps clean water in a drought and hauls in new water. The whole cache system runs on every gallon being precious, and a volunteer wouldn't dump it in front of the crates. They'd at least water the juniper. Third explanation, and this was the one that we settled on, because it was the one that let us keep hiking. Some hiker with a screw loose, a one-time thing, somebody having some kind of episode, or somebody with a grudge against one particular volunteer, something personal and specific, and behind us now. The desert trails get their share of unusual people. Everybody who hikes them knows that, and a single weird act at a single cache that you could file away. That could be a story you tell at the next trail town. Remember that cache where somebody poured everything out and lined the jugs up? Weird, right? So we filed it. I'm not going to pretend it filed clean because it didn't. That image kept coming back all morning every time my mind went quiet. But we filed it, and we made the right call on the water, which was to go to rationing immediately. No more drinking on the half hour, sips on the hour, bank the reserve. Cole flagged the cache in his notes so we could report it to the Trail Association when we got out, because that's the responsible thing. Other hikers behind us were counting on that water. I remember him saying that. Other people are counting on this water. Neither of us said the obvious next sentence, which was that we were counting on the next one. We hiked out of that crossing at about 9:45, into the open, into the building heat, with a little over 5 liters and 9 miles to go. Now I want to tell you what 9 miles is, in that country, in July, on rationed water, because the miles are where this story actually lives, and if I skip over them, you'll never feel it right. 9 miles on flat ground at home is 3 hours of pleasant exercise. 9 miles across an alkali basin at 102 degrees is a different thing entirely. There's no shade. I don't mean there's not much shade. I mean there is none. Not a tree. Not a rock bigger than a toaster. Nothing but knee-high brush and white ground that throws the sun back up at you, so you're getting cooked from 2 directions at once. The air doesn't move and doesn't cool. Your feet swell inside your boots. And when you're rationing, the thirst stops being a feeling in your mouth and spreads into everything. It gets into every thought you have. You catch yourself thinking about water constantly. Water you drank on other trips and didn't appreciate. Water left in the truck. Water running out of a garden hose somewhere. I'm not being dramatic. Ask anyone who's done desert miles on short supply. The thirst takes over your thinking and it does not give it back. We walked. We didn't talk much to keep our mouths shut against the dry air, and that gave the morning a strange sealed-in quality, just footsteps and wind and the creak of pack straps for hours. And I'll tell you what I was doing that whole time, because I've thought about it a lot since. I was checking the trail, the tread of it, the dirt of the path itself. Boot prints last a long time out there between winds, and there was traffic on that trail, plenty of it. A braided mess of tread patterns going both directions, days and days of hikers layered over each other. Completely normal, completely unreadable. But I kept looking. I didn't tell Cole I was doing it, and he didn't tell me. And later on we found out we'd both been doing it the whole way. Both of us walking along with our heads down, reading the ground, not saying why. Around noon we took the long break, because you have to. Middle of the day out there, moving is a losing trade. You sweat out more than the miles are worth. We rigged the tarp between 2 clumps of brush for a low patch of shade and lay under it on our foam pads with our shirts off, and the wind came under the tarp edge hot, and we each drank our ration and lay still. 2 grown men lying in a strip of shade in the middle of a white basin, saving spit. Cole slept, or pretended to. I lay there and watched the heat shimmer bend the horizon and ran the count over and over. 3 liters left between us. 3.5 miles to the third cache. We'd hike out of the worst heat around 3:30 and be at the crossing by 5. And the count was fine. The count was totally fine, as long as I stopped counting where the counting was supposed to stop, which was at a third cache with water in it. Every time my mind tried to go past that point, I pulled it back. 17 jugs, faced and squared. One weird act, one weird guy, behind us now. Back to the miles. We packed up at 3:30 and walked the last stretch as the worst of the heat began to back off, and the third crossing came into view just about when Cole said it would. A dirt road, wider than the last one, with a rusted cattle guard and a wooden post. And past the post a low spot with a couple of stunted junipers, and under the junipers, crates. Neither of us said anything the whole last quarter mile. We just walked faster. I could hear both of us breathing. You already know. I know you already know. But walk it with me anyway, because we had to walk it. 22 jugs this time. Everyone empty, everyone capped tight. Everyone standing upright in its crate in a tidy row, labels faced out, all the same direction. The ground in front of the crates one broad dried stain cracked into plates. And this time, folded under the corner of the first crate where the wind couldn't take it, there was a piece of paper. Cole got to it first. He crouched, slid it out from under the crate, unfolded it, read it, and then he held it out to me without a word, and his hand wasn't steady. And Cole's hands are never not steady. The man rebuilds injection pumps for a living. It was half a sheet of lined paper, torn along the fold. Block letters, pencil, small and careful and completely even. No scratch-outs, no hurry in it anywhere. 6 words. You people take and take, walk. I've had a lot of time to sit with those 6 words. What got me at the time, and what gets me now, isn't the message. It's the handwriting. Angry people write angry. Anybody who's ever seen a note left on a windshield knows what angry writing looks like. Pressed in hard, slanted, ugly. This was neat. This was patient. Whoever wrote it had stood in the shade he knew we'd be desperate to reach, next to 22 gallons of water he'd poured into the dirt, and he had taken his time with his penmanship. And just that fast, every explanation we'd built at the second cache was gone. Not weakened. Gone. Kids don't leave notes addressed to you people. A volunteer with a grudge doesn't hit 2 caches 9 miles apart. And a one-time act by some passing hiker having a bad day. The explanation we'd actually agreed on. The one that had walked us 9 miles deeper into the driest stretch of that entire trail. That one needed this cache to be full. Right up until 4:30 that afternoon, we'd had a weird story to tell. Now we had a person. A person who was moving north along the same line we were, at roughly our pace, maybe a day ahead, maybe less, hitting every water source in a 41-mile waterless corridor, one by one, in order, ahead of us. I'm not ashamed to tell you what the first physical thing was, because the body's honest, even when you're still lying to yourself. My mouth flooded. Standing there holding that note, bone dry for hours, my mouth filled with spit, and my heart started going, and the back of my neck went cold in 100-degree heat. My body had finished the thinking before I had. My body understood that we were standing in the middle of 41 dry miles, and somebody had gone up the line ahead of us and emptied out the water, source by source. And that in that country, that's not vandalism. There's no word for it that fits on a citation. Nobody would ever lay a hand on us. Nobody would need to. Cole sat down on the edge of a crate and got out the maps, and I made myself sit down next to him, and we had the conversation. I'll give it to you the way it went, because everything after this hangs on the choices we made in that patch of shade, and I've replayed them 1,000 times. And I still make the same ones. The water first. We were down to right around 2 liters between us, plus maybe a quarter liter of backwash and dregs across all the bottles. Call it 2 1/4. For 2 men in July desert, that's not a supply, that's a delay. Behind us, the second cache was 9 miles back and dry, and the first cache was 18 miles back, and it had been full yesterday, 18 miles the wrong way, in our condition, on 2 liters. Betting the volunteers hadn't been through yet to collect. And betting our friend hadn't doubled back. I say betting because that's all it was. The dirt road we were sitting next to ran roughly east-west, and saw by Cole's best information, almost no traffic. You hear people say, just follow the road, somebody will come along. Out there, that's how people die. The road was an option only in the sense that lying down was an option. Ahead of us, 9 miles north, was the 4th cache, at a crossing where the trail bent along the top of a drainage. And here's the thing that decided it. The detail I'll be grateful for until the day I die. Cole's maps were real maps, printed topographic sheets, not a phone screen, and Cole had marked them up the way Cole marks everything up. And one of the things he'd marked weeks earlier at his kitchen table, for no reason except that it's the kind of thing he does, was a ranch. A working cattle outfit with buildings and a well, sitting about 5 miles east of the trail. Down that same drainage the trail bent around, past the 4th cache. He'd drawn a little square around it and written bailout next to it in green pen. So that was the shape of it. North was the only direction where the map got better instead of worse. If the 4th cache was somehow intact, we were fine. If it wasn't, we'd be 5 downhill miles from a working well, which was a shorter and surer walk than anything behind us. And moving north meant moving through the night, which was the only sane time to move anyway. And I'm not going to dress this next part up, because you've already worked it out. North was also the direction he'd gone, the good plan, and the bad idea pointed the same way. We were going to spend the night walking north up a dry corridor toward the only water for 20 miles, knowing that somewhere up that line, between us and the water, he was there. We drank half our ration, rested through the last of the heat, and started north a little before 8, into the long orange evening. I want to tell you about that night, and I've noticed I always slow down at this part when I tell it, because the night is the part people skip when they imagine this kind of thing, and the night was the worst of it. Nothing happened that night. Hear me on this. Nothing happened. For 9 miles and most of 8 hours, and it was one of the worst nights of my life. The air finally cooled off around 10, but the ground kept letting heat up through our boot soles till past midnight. There was a half moon, low and yellow, enough light to keep the trail without headlamps once our eyes adjusted, and we kept the headlamps off, and neither of us discussed why. A light on that flat would have been visible for miles. We walked in the dark, quiet, and the desert at night is not quiet. It ticks and rustles and hums. Kangaroo rats bombing around in the brush. Some far-off cow bawling at nothing. Wind coming and going in long, slow pushes. And every single sound had to be checked and cleared in my head before I could let it go. Brush, rat, wind, cow. My ears did that for 8 hours. I found out that night that listening is work, actual physical work, and by 3 in the morning the muscles at the base of my skull ached from it, and the thirst had stopped being thirst somewhere in there and become symptoms. I know the stages the way anybody who works outdoors knows them, and I clocked us moving through them and couldn't do one thing about it. The headache arrived first, a steady ache across the front of my skull that got a little worse every hour. My spit went thick and pasty, and then went away altogether, and my tongue started catching on the roof of my mouth when I tried to talk, so I stopped trying to talk. Swallowing turned into real work. Then the weird part, the part they can't really describe for you in a first aid course, which is what short water does to your thinking. My mind kept dropping things. I'd set out to count our remaining swallows, and lose the number halfway and have to start over. Simple decisions, when to step over a rock, took a beat longer than they should have, and my temper went bad. I got furious, quietly, stupidly furious, at Cole's pack straps, which creaked. That's dehydration. It wrecks your judgment long before it threatens your life, and it came for ours all night, in the dark, in that ticking silence, while both of us listened for boot steps and told ourselves we weren't. Somewhere after 4 in the morning, Cole's right calf seized. He went down on one knee in the trail with his breath hissing through his teeth, and I knelt next to him and dug my thumbs into the knot until it let go. And we sat there in the dirt afterward. And he took a sip, one sip, and handed me the bottle. And I heard how little was left in it when he handed it over. That sound, a couple of swallows sloshing in the bottom of a bottle. In the dark, 20 miles from anything, sure. I will never forget that sound. People talk about scary sounds, doors and footsteps and voices, and the scariest sound I've ever heard in my life was half an inch of water moving in a plastic bottle. We reached the fourth crossing right at gray dawn, maybe 5:15, with the sky going pale over the rim and the light just strong enough to see color again. The crossing sat exactly where the map said, a narrow dirt track, an old wire gate sagging off a post, and a shallow swale beside it with one decent juniper, and under the juniper, crates. We stood at the edge of the swale for a moment before we went down to them. I don't fully know why. The place was dead still, and then we went down, empty, all of them, capped, upright, faced, squared, rows even. 19 jugs this time, and by now the tidiness of it had stopped being strange and started being him, the thing his hands did, and I hated those rows more than I've ever hated an object in my life. But that's not what stopped my breath. Two things stopped my breath. The first was the ground. The stain in front of the crates was dark, not dried and cracked and pale around the edges the way the last two had been. Dark, and when Cole pressed his fingers into it, they came up with mud on them. Mud. In that country, in July, with the humidity sitting at nothing, spilled water on packed dirt doesn't stay mud for long, even overnight. Hours. That ground was hours old, and the low end of hours, not the high end. The second thing was the prints. The trail tread through that crossing was soft, fine, silty dust, the kind that takes a print clean, and going away from the crates, headed north up the line of the trail, was a single set of boot prints so fresh the edges hadn't slumped. Crisp walls on every lug mark, no wind rounding, no insect tracks laid over them, nothing on top. A heavy lug sole, a work boot or an old-style hiking boot, about a size 11, with the right heel worn down hard on the outside corner. Even strides. No hurry in them at all. He hadn't run. He hadn't even walked fast. He'd poured out 19 gallons of our water into the dirt sometime in the small hours, while we were feeling our way up the trail in the dark toward him, and then he'd strolled north. I stood in that gray dawn light doing something I've never done before or since, which was checking the brush around a place in a full slow circle, 360 degrees, twice, before my legs would agree to do anything else. The basin was empty. The basin looked empty. 40 square miles of knee-high nothing going pink at the edges, and I stood there understanding, in a way I never had in 20 years of working alone in open country. That empty was a thing I could no longer verify. He could see us. Anyone out on that flat with a reason to watch the crossing could see us, small and dark against the pale ground. And we couldn't see him, and my whole body knew it, shoulder blades first. Cole was down on one knee by the prints. He looked up at me, and his lips were cracked white at the corners, and he said the only thing either of us said at that crossing. He's an hour ahead, maybe less. We didn't stay at that crossing 5 minutes. Standing still felt wrong in a way I couldn't have defended out loud, so we didn't try to. We just moved. And here's the part where I have to explain a decision that sounds insane until you see the map. Because the direction we moved was north. After him. It wasn't bravery, and it wasn't foolishness. It was the drainage. The bailout Cole had marked, the ranch, sat down a long, shallow drainage that ran east off the basin. And the head of that drainage, the place where leaving the trail stopped meaning cross-country over trackless flats, and started meaning follow the low ground downhill to buildings and a well, was about 2 miles further north along the trail. 2 miles. Past that point, the trail bent northwest away from everything, and the last cache before the highway sat another 2 miles beyond the bend. So the shape of the morning was this. 2 more miles north on his line, on his fresh prints, to the head of the drainage. Then a choice at that spot, and we already knew the choice. We were done with caches. We'd been done with caches since the note. Cole had the drainage route penciled on the map with a bearing written next to it, because of course he did. And the numbers on our side were 4 swallows of water, the cool hours of early morning, and 5 miles of downhill between us and a well. You can live a long time on downhill and morning. But we had to walk those 2 miles first. And I want you to understand what those 2 miles were. The prints stayed in the tread the whole way. Fresh, even, unhurried. Right down the middle of the trail, and we walked on top of them because there was nowhere else to walk, stepping where he'd stepped. At whatever distance behind him the mud and the crisp edges implied, and the whole time the light was coming up, and the basin was turning gold, and visibility was opening out to miles in every direction, which cut both ways, and we knew it cut both ways. We walked spread apart a little, off each other's shoulder, without discussing it. We stopped twice for no reason either of us could have named, just stopped, listened, went on. My heart was doing more work than the pace called for. My mouth had that flooding thing going again, spit arriving from nowhere. The body knows. I'm telling you, long before the eyes have anything, the body knows. And then we came up the last little rise before the trail bent northwest. The rise that looked down the drainage to the east, our exit, our low road out. And Cole put his hand flat on my chest and we stopped below the crest. And I didn't ask why, because I'd already seen the same thing he had. North of us, along the bend of the trail, out where the 5th cache sat, a figure. Even now, this is hard to put into words, and I've had a few summers to work on it. Distance out there is tricky, but call it 600 yards, maybe a touch more, down the gentle far side of the rise, and along the flat where the trail curved. There was a juniper at the crossing, the way there was always a juniper, and the crates would have been in its shade, and to the side of that shade, out in the open, in the full flat blast of the morning sun, somebody was sitting on the ground, facing south, facing us, facing back down the trail he'd just emptied out, end to end, with the low sun on him, not moving. We went down flat below the crest and eased up until just our eyes cleared the brush, and we watched him, and this is the piece of it that lives in me. He was still, not resting still. People at rest move all the time. They shift, they swat, they dig in a pack, they get after their feet. This man sat cross-legged in open 100-degree ground with his hands in his lap and did none of those things for as long as we watched. And we watched a long time. 10 minutes. 15. Green shirt or tan. Brimmed hat. A small pack beside him. Too far for a face. Not too far to read him though, because stillness is a message. And the message was that he wasn't recovering there, and he wasn't camped there, and he wasn't passing through there. He was positioned there, at the last water, in line of sight of the whole southern approach. Every jug behind him was already lying capped and empty in its neat little row, which meant there was exactly one reason left to sit at that crossing, in the sun, facing south. He was waiting to see what came up the trail. He was waiting for us. Not us by name, whoever came stumbling up that line out of 40 dry miles, cooked and cracked and down to nothing, to find the last cache dead, and the man who'd killed it sitting beside it, watching. That's what the tidy rows had been about the whole time. I understood that suddenly, lying in the dirt on that rise with my heart slamming. The rows were for an audience. All of it had been for an audience. And the audience had arrived, and the only advantage we held in the whole world was that he didn't know it yet. Cole tapped my boot, pointed east down the drainage, held up his hand, fingers spread. 5 miles. We slid backward off that crest on our stomachs, the two of us. Grown men, 40-something years old, crawling backward through the brush with our chins in the dust. And I wasn't even a little embarrassed. And I'm not embarrassed telling you now. Then we got low behind the rise, and we left the trail, and we walked east, down into the head of that drainage, and I have never in my life been so glad to lose sight of a piece of ground. The drainage saved us, and it nearly finished us, both at once. 5 miles read short. Those 5 miles took over 4 hours. There's no trail down a drainage. There's rock and rubble and brush choking the low line, and dry falls you have to skirt, and cattle paths that kept petering out, and we were done, truly done, worse off than I'd ever let my body get in my life. The morning heat built at our backs. Our last water went in 2 rounds inside the first hour, and after that it was just the long dry middle. And my memory of the long dry middle has holes in it, actual holes. I remember pieces. Cole's calf seizing again, and both of us working on it with our thumbs, and neither of us having the spit to say anything. Sitting in a strip of shade under a cut bank with my ears roaring, watching my own hands shake, and the tendons standing up wrong under skin that had stopped sweating. Doing our checks on each other, out loud, name, day, where we were headed, because we'd agreed on that back on the rise, and Cole's answers coming slower each round, and mine too. I could hear it. This dull, flat drag in my own voice I'd never heard before. I remember the fear changing in there somewhere. All night the fear had been about him. Boots and rows and block letters. By mid-morning in that drainage, the fear had gone simpler and older than that. I remember thinking, with a kind of dry calm that scares me more looking back than panic would, that we were now in the range where people sit down in the shade to gather themselves and don't get back up, and that the man at the cache would never have to answer for it, because there wouldn't be a mark on us. That's the whole trick of what he did. That was always the whole trick. And then, somewhere past 11, the drainage swung around a shoulder of rock and opened, and a half-mile below us stood a windmill. A windmill and a steel stock tank throwing the sun back at us in one hard white flash, and past it a line of real trees, cottonwoods, actual green, and roofs. Barn roof, house roof, a truck parked in a yard. I've seen some sights. That's the one. The last half mile I don't remember well, and don't need to. There were 2 dogs, big ranch mutts, that came out barking their heads off and then didn't know what to do with us, because we must not have looked or smelled the way trouble usually looks. And behind the dogs came a man in his 70s in a straw hat, moving quick for his age. And whatever he saw in the 2 figures coming down off his hill made him drop what he was carrying in the yard dirt and shout something back at the house. His wife came out. They got us into the shade of the porch and they were smart about it. Ranch people know exactly what walking out of that basin in July means. And they gave it to us, slow, small amounts, minutes apart, with a little salt, and wouldn't let us gulp, no matter what our hands did. And I sat on that porch floor with my back against the cool stone of the house wall, holding a jelly jar of well water with both hands, shaking, and Cole beside me shaking, and the older lady steadying my wrist so I wouldn't slop it. And I'm not going to try to describe what the first swallow was. There aren't words that don't cheapen it. I'll just tell you that I cried some, without really noticing I was doing it, and nobody on that porch said one word about it. When we could talk, we talked, and the rancher's face went through some changes while we did. Surprise wasn't one of them, and that told me something before he said a word. When we got to the caches, the rows, the note, the man sitting at the last crossing, he stood up and went inside and came back out with a cordless phone, and while it rang, he said the sentence that changed what our entire 3 days had meant. "You're the second ones." 4 days before us, a solo hiker, a young guy doing the whole trail in one push, had come off the basin rim to a neighboring outfit 15 miles south, in worse shape than we were. Much worse. He'd hit 2 dead caches, tried to tough it through to the 3rd, and been found by a hand-checking fence down on the road, out of his head, a few bad hours from being a recovery instead of a rescue. He'd spent 2 nights in the hospital in the county seat. Nobody had connected his story to anything yet, because a dry cache by itself is just a dry cache, and he hadn't been in any condition to describe rows and caps and face labels. The sheriff's office had taken a report, and the Trail Association had put out a low-key notice about cache reliability, and that had been the end of it. Our porch call changed that. We spent the afternoon at that ranch waiting on a deputy, drinking small glasses of water on a schedule the rancher's wife enforced with real authority, and when the deputy came, we gave him everything. The note, which Cole had folded into a map sleeve back at the third cache, and I remember the deputy going very quiet over that note, quiet in a way I recognized, because block letters that patient do the same thing to everybody who reads them. The boot prints, which Cole described down to the worn outside corner of the right heel, because of course he'd memorized it. The timeline, cache by cache, mile by mile. The figure at the last crossing sitting in the sun facing south. Dana came and got us that evening. I'll skip what that reunion looked like, except to say Cole's laminated maps got passed around the ranch kitchen table, and the old rancher studied the green square marked bailout for a while, and then looked at Cole for a while, and didn't say anything, and didn't have to. Now, here's the resolution, and it's a real one, which I'm told makes this story unusual for its type. They caught him. It took 11 days, and those 11 days were their own kind of awful, because the Trail Association shut the dry section down, posted it closed at both ends, and pulled every cache, and the whole community up and down that trail spent a week and a half knowing somebody was out there who'd figured out the softest way there is to kill a stranger, and knowing that method leaves nothing behind it but neat rows of plastic. But here's the thing about a man like that. The caches were the whole point for him. So when the association pulled the water and closed the section, they weren't just protecting hikers, whether they meant it this way or not. They were taking away the thing he actually wanted, which was somebody walking up and finding his work. And the sheriff's department had a theory, which turned out dead right, that he wouldn't be able to leave it alone. The association quietly restocked one cache, a single crossing on the south end, reachable by vehicle, announced it through the usual channels, and the county put a deputy on that road, plainclothes in a dusty ranch truck, on and off through the week. On the fourth day of that, a little before 6 in the morning, the deputy watched a white pickup come up the crossing road and park, and watched a man get out, walk to the crates, and start opening jugs. They took him without any trouble at all. By every account, he was calm about it, polite even. And I'm going to tell you who he was, in the outline the county gave us, and what came out at sentencing, because who he was matters. And it's not who I'd been picturing, and I suspect it's not who you're picturing either. He was 56 years old. He lived 2 counties over, and he had been, for most of a decade, part of that trail's community, not a fringe figure, a known name. He'd been a cache volunteer himself for several seasons, one of the people driving jugs out to the crossings, and he'd hiked the trail end to end twice. The boots the deputies took off his porch matched the prints, worn right heel and all, and they were the same boots he'd worn in trail photos going back years. The year before all this, he'd been pushed out. It came out in pieces, the way these things do. Disputes with other volunteers that kept escalating. Accusations he made against people that didn't hold up. Messages that got uglier and uglier until the association formally cut ties with him, took him off the volunteer list, and told him he wasn't welcome at their events. To hear the people around it tell it, the ban was years overdue and mild compared to what he'd put certain folks through. To hear him tell it, and he did tell it, at length, in a statement he insisted on giving, he'd given that trail 10 years of free labor, and the community had used him up and thrown him away. And the people out there hiking on other men's water had never earned a drop of it. You people take and take. He never explained the rows that I know of. Nobody asked him at sentencing, or if they did, it didn't reach us. I've settled on my own answer, for whatever it's worth. I think the rows were the point where the anger and the pride met. He wanted the people who found those caches to know it wasn't theft, and it wasn't kids, and it wasn't chance. He wanted them to stand in that shade and understand that a careful, capable, unhurried man had chosen this for them, and had felt no need to hurry, and would have done it again. The rows were his way of making sure nobody mistook it for an accident. The prosecutor called what he did depraved indifference. I sat 2 rows back in that courtroom, and I'll tell you it wasn't indifference. Indifference doesn't sit in the sun for hours facing south. He pleaded out in the end. A stack of charges, with the young solo hiker's hospital records carrying the heaviest of them, and he went to prison, actual prison, for a term that sounded short to me when I heard it and sounds shorter every year. He'll be out. He may be out now. The Trail Association banned him for life, which under the circumstances always struck me as a strange little afterthought. And the county, I'm told, keeps a closer eye on those crossing roads in the summer than it used to. So that's the resolution, and it's cleaner than these stories usually get. We lived. The solo hiker recovered, and Cole and I ended up meeting him the following spring at a Trail Association dinner, where the three of us got sat together on purpose and spent most of the night not talking about it, and then, around 11, talking about nothing else. The caches went back in the next season. The volunteers still drive their jugs out. Hikers still cross those 41 miles every summer, most of them never knowing any of this happened, and honestly, that's fine by me. The system works. It worked before him, and it works after him. Because the answer to one man like that turned out to be several hundred people who kept hauling water anyway. And there's something in that I try to keep hold of. But I'd be lying if I told you it ends clean for me personally, because there's the other thing I kept, and I might as well finish on it. Cole and I still section hike. We went back the very next summer and finished that section. Same trailhead, same route, partly because the map said so, and partly because we weren't going to let it stand the way it stood. And every cache we came to was full, crates stacked deep, notebook in its zip bag, and we drank that water, and I signed my thanks in that notebook and meant every word. And I carried 9 liters of capacity anyway. I still do. On every desert trip, every one, I carry enough to cross the gaps with nothing, and I top off at every single source whether the math wants it or not. And when I walk up on a cache, any cache anywhere, I've noticed what my eyes do before anything else. They don't look for the water first. They look at how the jugs are standing. Because here's what that man actually took from me, and it wasn't 3 days, and it wasn't the 8 pounds of extra water I'll be hauling for the rest of my life. It's that a full crate used to mean the desert was looked after, and now it only means nobody's gotten to it yet. Cole says that's not cynicism, that's just being overprepared, and nobody ever died from being overprepared. He's right. He's been right about that since the 10th grade, but he checks the caps too. I've watched him do it. Every jug, every time. One quiet twist to feel the seal crack fresh under his hand before either of us drinks a drop. Neither of us has ever once talked about it, and neither of us is ever going to stop. Here's something they don't tell you when you become a teacher. You will never stop counting people, ever. It's not a skill. It's a condition. I've taught 4th grade for 16 years. 4th graders are 9 and 10 years old, which means they're old enough to wander off with total confidence, and young enough to have absolutely no plan for what happens next. So you count them. You count them onto the bus and off the bus. You count them into the museum and out of the gift shop. You count them at the trailhead, at the overlook, at the bathrooms, and you do it without moving your lips or pointing. Because pointing makes parents nervous, and after a few years you don't even experience it as counting anymore. Your eyes sweep a group and a number just arrives. 23, 23, 22, and your stomach is already dropping before your brain has finished asking who's missing. And it's Aiden, it's always Aiden, and he's behind the vending machine looking at a bug. I have counted groups of children roughly every school day for 16 years. I have never once been wrong. I don't say that to brag. I say it because this entire story turns on one question, which is whether a tired woman at a campground can count to 30. And I need you to understand up front that yes, she can. That's maybe the one thing on this earth she can do. Anyways, let me back up and tell you how I ended up at that campground at all, because I promise you, group camping with 30 strangers is not a thing the old me would ever have agreed to. 2 years before this happened, my marriage ended. I'll spare you the details. It was the boring kind of ending. No scandal, no fireworks. Just two people who'd stopped being curious about each other. And when it was done, I had a small rental house, a cat with opinions, and a social life that consisted entirely of other teachers complaining about the copier. I was fine. I want to be clear that I was fine. But I was also 39 years old, and I'd noticed that entire months were going by in which nothing happened to me that hadn't happened the month before. My friend Renata is the one who found the group. Renata teaches 6th grade down the hall from me, and she does not accept "I'm fine" as a completed sentence. She signed us both up for one of those outdoor meetup clubs, the kind that organizes day hikes and paddle trips and the occasional weekend thing, and she informed me we were going on a Saturday hike with them, and that I could either come along or explain to her face why not. So I went. And look, I'm not going to pretend it wasn't awkward at first, because it was. Standing in a trailhead parking lot at 8 in the morning making small talk with strangers in matching moisture-wicking shirts is its own special kind of misery. But here's the thing nobody tells you about hiking clubs. Walking next to someone is the easiest way in the world to talk to them. You don't have to hold eye contact. There's always something to say, because there's always a trail to discuss, a hill to complain about, a snack to offer. Within 3 hikes, I knew people's dogs' names. Within 3 months, Renata and I were regulars. The club was big, a few hundred members on paper, but the actual active crowd rotated through maybe 50 or 60 faces, and it was run by volunteers, mostly a married couple named Doug and Priya, who'd been organizing it for a decade. Doug was a retired postal carrier with enormous calves and endless patience, and Priya ran logistics with a clipboard and a laminated checklist, and I liked them both immediately, in the way you like people who make things happen and never make it about themselves. And every August, the club did the big one, the annual campout. 3 nights at a group campground up in the state forest, capped at 30 people because that's what the group site permit allowed. You had to register in advance, pay your share, sign the waiver. There was a shared meal plan, big communal dinners, a potluck table that never emptied, day hikes on Saturday and Sunday, a campfire circle every night. People talked about it all year. Veterans of previous campouts had inside jokes I didn't understand, and matching enamel mugs from some anniversary year. And when registration opened in June, the 30 spots filled in under a week. Renata got us 2 of them. She texted me a screenshot of the confirmation with about 40 exclamation points, and I remember sitting on my couch with the cat, looking at the dates, feeling that little flutter you get when your calendar has something on it that scares you a healthy amount. That's the setup. A 3-night group campout. 30 registered adults. Name tags, shared food, strangers becoming friends. I've thought a lot since then about why what happened was able to happen, and I keep landing on the same answer, and it's the name tags. Not the tags themselves, what the tags stood for. See, a group of 30 is a very specific size. It's small enough to feel intimate, one circle, one fire, everybody eating the same chili. But it's too big for any one person to actually know everyone. You know your 5 or 6. You recognize another dozen. The rest are friendly faces attached to half-remembered names, and everybody assumes everybody else knows the people they don't. 30 strangers is the perfect number for somebody who doesn't belong. Big enough that nobody can account for everyone. Small enough that everyone feels accounted for. All a stranger has to do is show up and act comfortable. I didn't know that yet, driving up on that Friday afternoon with Renata's playlist going, and a cooler of contraband sodas in my trunk. I learned it that weekend. We all did. The campground was gorgeous. I'll give it that much. A big group site at the end of its own spur road. A gravel loop with tent pads scattered back into the pines. A central clearing with picnic tables pushed together into one long banquet line. A pavilion with a metal roof for the cooking area. And a fire ring a good 6 feet across with log benches all the way around. Vault toilets up the hill. No cell service, which everyone mentioned within 4 minutes of arriving, and then genuinely stopped caring about. The whole place smelled warm and green, pine litter baking in the afternoon sun. And when we pulled in around 4, half the tents were already up and Doug was directing traffic in a bucket hat. Check-in worked out of the pavilion. Priya had a folding table with the clipboard, the waivers, and a shoebox of name tags, the sturdy plastic kind with a pin, your first name and marker, and a little colored dot that told the kitchen crew about your food stuff. Green for no restrictions, and so on. You signed in, got your tag, got assigned a food crew shift, and got pointed toward the tent pads. It was organized in exactly the way a decade of practice makes things organized, and I remember thinking that Priya and I would have been friends in any life, because that shoebox had the tags in alphabetical order, and I noticed, and she noticed me notice. I'm going to introduce a few people, quickly, because they matter later. Renata, you know. There was Marcus, a big soft-spoken guy who worked in county records, and turned out to be the kind of person you want beside you in a crisis, which is not something you'd guess from watching him lose his sunglasses twice in one afternoon. There was Yoon, who'd been on every campout since the beginning and functioned as Priya's unofficial deputy, and there were two Dans. This became a running joke immediately, because of course it did. Tall Dan and Kayak Dan. Neither Dan knew the other before that weekend, and by Friday night everyone was already doing the bit. No, not the Dan, the other Dan, and everybody laughed every time, because on Friday it was still funny. Remember the two Dans. I'm sorry to do the ominous thing, but you'll want them later. Friday evening was, honestly, wonderful. There's no other word, and I'm not going to strain for one. The food crew did tacos. Somebody had brought a guitar and mercifully knew how to use it. The fire got going as the light went purple through the trees, and 30 adults who mostly didn't know each other did that beautiful shy thing where the conversations start in pairs and slowly merge into one big loose conversation with laughing in it. I sat on a log bench with a paper plate on my knees, listening to Kayak Dan tell a story about a heron stealing a sandwich, and I remember looking around the fire at all those half-lit faces and feeling something unclench in my chest that had been clenched for about 2 years. I counted them, by the way. The faces around the fire. I wasn't trying to. I told you it's a condition. My eyes went around the circle while the heron story was landing, and the number arrived the way it always does. 28 at the fire. A couple of people off at the tables. 30. Fine. I want to flag that moment, because that Friday night count is the reason I trusted myself so completely on Saturday. The habit was running. It had been running all evening, the same way it runs at every assembly and every fire drill of my life, quietly, underneath everything. Saturday morning, pancakes, chaos, wonderful. The plan for the day was the long hike, a 9-mile loop up to a fire lookout, leaving at 9, and Doug had a whole cheerful safety spiel about staying behind the leader and ahead of the sweep. And at about 10 to 9, everybody milled into the clearing with day packs, and Priya stood up on a picnic table bench to do the head count. 26 were hiking, 4 had opted out, 2 staying in camp with books, 2 driving down to the lake. Priya knew this. She had the list. So she counted the hikers off the way you'd expect, pointing her pen in little bounces. And I stood there half listening, and then she frowned, and counted again, and said, "Huh," and my whole body went on alert at that, "Huh," because I know that "huh." I have made that "huh" in front of a bus. She'd gotten 27, twice, and here's the moment I'll be unpacking in some corner of my head for the rest of my life. Standing there in the morning sun, before she said a word about it out loud, I did my own sweep, didn't move my lips, didn't point, just let the eyes go across the clearing while people adjusted straps and smeared sunscreen. 27. Now watch how reasonable people handle this, because it's genuinely fascinating. And by fascinating, I mean it kept me up for months afterward. Priya announced cheerfully that she was getting 27 and somebody must have changed their mind about the lake, and one of the lake people, standing right there with car keys, said nope, still going to the lake. And Priya said, well then somebody's hiking who told me they weren't. That's fine. Everybody's a grown-up. And Doug called out that if you're hiking, make sure you have 2 waters. And that was it. That was the whole crisis. Everyone laughed. Somebody made a joke about pancake-based decision-making. And the group started flowing toward the trailhead at the edge of the clearing. A count came up 1 high, and the group absorbed it. Instantly. Without friction. Because in a group of strangers, An extra person isn't scary. An extra person is somebody else's friend. I hiked that whole gorgeous 9-mile loop doing math. I couldn't stop. I counted us at the first overlook, strung out along the rocks with water bottles. 27. I counted us at the lookout tower while everybody took turns on the stairs. 27. And on the way down, at the swimming hole stop, I stood in the shade pretending to fix my bootlace. And I did the thing I do on field trips when the number's wrong, which is stop counting bodies and start counting faces I can name. Renata, Marcus, Yoon, Tall Dan, Kayak Dan, the birding couple, the nurse with the trekking poles, the college kid who came with his aunt, the guy in the fish hat. I went around the group face by face, attaching names, or at least labels, the redhead from check-in, the tattooed woman on my food crew, and I got to the end of the faces I could account for, and I had 26. And then there was the man by the water. He was standing a little apart, downstream of the swimmers, skipping stones, 40-ish, medium everything. Tan, quick dry shirt, gray ball cap, the same brand of trail runners half the group was wearing. He looked exactly, and I mean exactly, the way a member of an outdoor meetup club looks. If you painted a picture titled "Guy on a Group Hike," it would be him. He wasn't lurking. He wasn't watching anybody. He was skipping stones and half smiling at the shrieking in the swimming hole, entirely at ease, one of us. No name tag. But we were 9 miles into a hike and half the group had left their tags at camp, so that meant nothing, and I knew it meant nothing, and I stood there with my boot on a rock telling myself it meant nothing. Here's what I couldn't tell myself away from, though. I didn't have a single memory of him from Friday. Not at check-in, not at the tacos, not at the fire. 16 years of counting has a side effect, which is that faces file themselves whether I ask them to or not, and his face had no file. Friday didn't have him in it. Saturday did. I fell in next to Renata for the last miles and I didn't say anything about it. That's a detail I'm not proud of, but I understand it now, and if this weekend taught me anything, it's how this exact silence happens. What was I going to say? There's a man on our hike I don't recognize. There were a dozen people on that hike Renata didn't recognize. That was the whole point of the club. The sentence I actually needed to say, "I don't think that man came with anyone," wasn't a sentence yet. It was one high number and one unfiled face, and you don't stand up at a campfire over one high number and one unfiled face. So I did what everyone in a group of 30 does, which is assume that somebody else knew him. That assumption, multiplied by 29 other people, was his whole method. I just didn't know it yet. Saturday dinner was the chili night, the famous one. 2 enormous pots and a cornbread situation, and the potluck table groaning down the middle. I was on the serving crew for it, which turned out to matter, because serving food puts you in one spot with the whole group flowing past you in a line, and if you're me, you count the line. I ladled chili for over an hour, and he came through. Middle of the line, bowl out, said thank you, took cornbread with the little tongs, polite as anything. Up close he had pale eyes and sunburn starting on his neck, and there was nothing wrong with him. I want to be honest about that, because in stories the extra man has a wrongness you can point at. Dead eyes, a stare, something. He didn't. He was pleasant. He made a small joke to the woman ahead of him about the size of the cornbread pan, and she laughed and they went and sat at the same stretch of table. Not together exactly, but adjacent, the way strangers at a banquet sit, and anyone watching would have filed them as loose friends. I watched him eat chili at a table of people who each privately believed he belonged to someone else, and the number in my head, which had been sitting at 31 all evening, 30 registered plus him, stopped feeling silly. I found Renata after cleanup, walked her out toward the tent loops, past the light of the pavilion, and said it plainly. I've counted 31 people at this campout since this morning, and one of them isn't on Priya's clipboard, and I know exactly which one. Renata's known me 16 years. She's watched me match a permission slip stack to a bus in under a minute. She didn't laugh, and she didn't tell me I was tired. She said the thing that made it real and made it worse both at once. Then who's he sleeping next to? I didn't sleep much Saturday night, And before I even get to the fire, I want to explain what Renata's question did to me, because it moved this whole thing out of one category and into another. Up to that moment, the extra man had been a puzzle, a wrong number. Wrong numbers live in the head. But a campground is 30 unlocked bedrooms made of fabric, and everybody in them had spent 2 days rehearsing the idea that every face here is safe, and her question put him 3 feet from sleeping people, and wrong numbers don't go there. People go there. There was one more count before the fire that night, and it's the one this whole story hangs on, so let me give it to you properly. The club had a tradition of a short sunset walk on Saturday. Everybody, no packs, 10 minutes out to a meadow at the end of the spur road to watch the light go down over the ridge. Casual, optional in theory, attended by all in practice. And before the group left the clearing, Priya hopped up on the bench, pen out, doing her bounce count, and I stood at the back and did mine along with her, and we finished at the same time, and I watched her face get there half a beat before her mouth did. 31. She laughed. She actually laughed, and called out that the campout math was cursed this year and asked whether anybody had smuggled in a secret friend. Speak now. And I stood at the back of that crowd with my number sitting in me, and I watched 30 people chuckle and shuffle and glance around with zero worry on a single face. And somebody called out that the extra one was the ghost of campouts past. And that's the moment the ghost got its name. That's the moment it became the joke. I could have said something right then. I've walked back through that sunset 100 times, and that's the spot where I always stop. 30 people, still daylight, everyone in one place, and me holding the one fact that mattered. And I didn't say it, and I want to be honest about why, because the why is the whole reason I'm telling this story to strangers on the internet. I didn't say it because the sentence was unsayable. Stand in front of a happy crowd at golden hour and try to say one of us is not real. You'll feel the sentence fall apart in your own mouth. I had a wrong number and a face with no file, and against that, the crowd had warmth and momentum and a joke it already loved, and the joke won. The joke wins almost every time. Whoever he was, wherever he'd learned this, he knew the joke would win. He was betting his whole method on it, and walking to that meadow in the middle of all of us, and I'd bet you anything he laughed at the ghost line too. The Saturday campfire ran late and loud, and I sat through all of it doing 2 things at once, being a normal woman laughing at stories, and running a count on a loop I couldn't turn off. 31. All evening, 31. At one point, Priya did her own playful count for some game they always played, pointing around the ring, and she got 31 out loud, in front of everyone, and laughed and said she kept doing that this weekend, and a big warm groan went around the circle, and somebody yelled that Priya needed new batteries, and it became a bit. It became the joke of the camp out. Our head counts haunted. People toasted the ghost with cocoa. I want you to sit with that. The number was right there, out loud, all weekend. 31. The whole group heard it twice, and the whole group adopted it as a pet joke, because the alternative sentence, "There is a stranger among us right now," is a sentence human beings at a friendly campfire are almost physically unable to say. And him? He sat at the fire both nights, and I watched how he did it. And this is the part that still gets me when I'm trying to fall asleep in January. He didn't hide. Hiding would have been visible. What he did was position. He sat in the gaps. Every cluster around that ring had a seam where it met the next cluster, and he occupied seams, on the log ends, at the bench junctions, 1 seat past where each conversation ended. Close enough to the birders that the food crew assumed he was a birder. Close enough to the food crew that the birders assumed the reverse. When a marshmallow bag went around, he passed it along, and twice I watched him laugh at a story exactly when everyone laughed. That comfortable low laugh you do among friends. And both times, the laugh earned him another hour of belonging, and it took nothing at all, and nobody gave it a second look, because a laughing man at a campfire is the most invisible thing on earth. Somewhere in the middle of that fire, I ran a test. I didn't think of it in those words at the time. It felt more desperate than scientific, but it was a test. And the results are why I stopped doubting myself for good. I asked 3 people who he was. Spread out, casual, 20 minutes apart, in the voice you'd use for any bit of campfire curiosity. I asked the nurse first, tipping my mug toward the far benches. "Hey, I keep forgetting that guy's name, the gray cap." And she squinted over and said, "Oh, I think he's one of the paddling guys. He was with them at the swimming hole, confident, warm, certain." A while later, I asked the college kid's aunt. She said she was pretty sure he'd carpooled up with the folks from the north side of the county, the Saturday arrivals, because she'd seen him walk into camp that morning around breakfast, on foot, from the parking side, and where else would he have come from? And then I asked Kayak Dan himself. Kayak Dan, whose paddling group the nurse had assigned him to. And Kayak Dan looked over at the man, at the very man the nurse was sure belonged to him, and said, "Him? Pretty sure that's a buddy of Tall Dan's. They were talking at dinner." 3 answers. 3 completely confident, completely incompatible answers, and every one of them was built out of a single glimpse of proximity. He'd stood near the paddlers once, so he was a paddler. He'd walked in at breakfast, so he was a carpooler. He'd exchanged one sentence with Tall Dan over chili, so he was Tall Dan's buddy. Nobody was lying to me and nobody was careless. Every single one of them had done what kind, normal social people do, which is fill in what's missing. Give a friendly crowd an unexplained person, and the crowd explains him for you, in his favor, free of charge, 30 times over. I sat back down next to Renata with my 3 answers and my cocoa, and the fire was lovely, and the singing had started up again, and I have never felt so alone at a party in my entire life, because I finally understood the size of it. He didn't have a cover story. He didn't need one. We were the cover story. All of us together building it for him in real time, every hour, without being asked. You want to know the scariest thing I saw that whole weekend? It wasn't the running. It wasn't even the notebook, and we'll get to the notebook. It was that laugh, timed right, at a story he had no relationship to, told by a man whose name he didn't know. That was the whole method, right there, out in the open. That's all infiltration is. I watched it work 20 times, and I was the only person at that fire who knew what she was watching, and half the time it worked on me anyway. There were whole minutes where my own eyes filed him under harmless and I knew better, and it still happened. That's how good the trick is. The trick is that there is no trick. Groups do all the work themselves. Sunday morning I got up before 6. That wasn't detective initiative, that was a bladder and a sleeping bag zipper, but it turned into the piece that mattered, so let me set the scene properly. First light in the pines, gray and cold smelling. Mist knee-high between the tent pads. Nobody up, no sounds but early birds and one snorer 3 sites over. The vault toilets were up the hill past the far tent loop, and I was shuffling back down the path with my headlamp off, because it was light enough without it, when I stopped. Because somebody was moving through the far loop. It was him, fully dressed, same cap, moving along the line of tents. Not sneaking, I keep having to say that. Hands loose, a man on an early walk, and if I'd been half asleep I'd have nodded good morning and toddled on to my sleeping bag. But I've done playground duty for 16 years, and playground duty teaches you the difference between wandering and patrolling. Wandering has no rhythm. This had rhythm. He walked the loop at an even pace, and at certain tents, only certain ones, his pace shifted, a half step slow, a drift toward the pad, and at those tents, his phone came up. He wasn't holding it up to shoot pictures the way a tourist would, arms out, framing. He held it low at his waist, screen down tilted, and it clicked. That little false shutter sound, tiny and all that quiet, slow at one tent, click. Even pace, slow at another, click. I stood dead still on that path in the mist with my toiletry bag in one hand, 30 feet of pines between us, and I stopped being a puzzle solver. My chest went tight and my hearing got strange and narrow, and I was aware of my own heartbeat in a way I hadn't been since labor. And the cold morning got very, very slow. He worked the whole far loop, 6 tents, 4 clicks. Then he angled off between the pads toward the spur road side of the camp, unhurried as ever, and I lost him in the mist. And I stood there until a bird landed near my feet and made me flinch so hard I dropped the bag. I didn't follow him. I want credit for that, because every cell in me from the eyebrows down wanted to follow him. And the schoolteacher part, the part that's done the lockdown trainings, said absolutely not. You're 140 pounds of pajamas. Go wake Renata. I woke Renata, and then the two of us, whispering in a tent at 6 in the morning, did the thing that settled it. We made a map. Renata had a legal pad, because Renata is the kind of person who brings a legal pad camping, and we drew the far tent loop from memory, pad by pad, and marked the tents where I'd seen his pace bend and heard the click. And then we wrote under each tent who slept in it, and we knew, because tent assignments had been Friday small talk, everybody knew roughly who was where. The nurse with the trekking poles, solo tent. The college kid's aunt who'd taken her own tent while the kid shared with a buddy, solo. The quiet retired teacher from the coast, there for her 5th campout, solo. And the 4th clique, the tent nearest the trees at the loop's far end, was the red-headed woman from check-in, who'd mentioned at chili night, in his hearing for all I knew, that her tent mate had canceled last minute. So she had the 4-person tent all to herself. Wasn't she lucky? 4 cliques, 4 tents. Every one of them held exactly 1 sleeper, and every one of those sleepers was a woman. Renata put the pen down on the legal pad very quietly, in the way you set something down when your hands have started to shake. And in the 6th spot on our little map, 1 loop over, unphotographed but circled in my head from the moment we finished, was my tent. Solo, because 2 years earlier my marriage had ended and I'd wanted the space, and I'd told the whole picnic table that on Friday night, laughing, wine in hand, delighted with my own independence, to a group of 30 strangers I was so sure I could count. By 7:30 we'd pulled in Yoon. That was Renata's call, and it was the right one. Yoon had done check-in beside Priya on Friday. She'd been to every campout since the first one, and she had the other thing we needed, which was standing. I was a 2nd-year member with a wild story. Yoon had 10 years of trust behind her. If Yoon said something was wrong, it was wrong. We caught her at the coffee urn and walked her out past the woodpile, and I laid it out in order: the counts, the hike, the chili line, the fire, the tents at dawn. I watched her face go through the whole progression in about 90 seconds, polite skepticism, then plain recognition, because it turned out Yoon had her own version of it. She'd assumed all weekend that the man in the gray cap was one of Kayak Dan's paddling friends. Why? Because on Saturday she'd seen him standing with the paddling cluster, laughing at Kayak Dan's story. That was it. That was the entire basis. She said it out loud. That was the entire basis, and heard herself, and went and got the clipboard without another word. The 3 of us plus Marcus, whom Renata recruited on the theory that a man who reconciles county land records for a living was built for this exact morning, sat at the far picnic table with the registration list, the waiver stack, and the name tag shoebox, and we did the boring thing that broke it. We matched paper to people. 30 names registered, 30 waivers signed, and every signature dated Friday between 3 and 6, except the 2 early arrivals. 28 tags handed out, 2 tags still in the shoebox belonging to the birding couple, who Yun confirmed had refused tags on principle all 5 years. Some bit about not being a conference. Then the slow part. We went down the list name by name, and for each one, somebody at that table had to personally put a face to it and place the face at a specific moment that weekend. It took 40 minutes. It accounted for every single name. 30 names, 30 faces, all placed, all real. And none of them was his. I'd known it since the swimming hole, but knowing a thing and watching 4 adults verify it line by line at a picnic table are different weights entirely. When Marcus turned the last page over, nobody said anything for a second. And in that second, the campground around us was doing its cheerful Sunday morning noise, dishes and laughing, and somebody's speaker playing soft country. And 30 feet away, at the end of the banquet tables, the man in the gray cap was eating eggs. He had a plate of our eggs and our potatoes at our table, in the middle of a group where, as of that moment, 4 people knew for a fact that not one soul had brought him. Marcus is the one who kept us methodical, and I'll be grateful for it forever, because my own plan at that point had shrunk to stand up and start yelling, and that would have gone badly in ways I didn't find out until later, when we learned what was in his car. Marcus said we had one question left, and it wasn't who is he, because we weren't going to solve that at a picnic table. It was when did he start, pin the timeline, then hand it to Doug and Priya, then everybody stays in a group in the open, and nobody's alone with this for one more minute. So we pinned it in low voices, right there. Friday, nothing. All 4 of us combed Friday and came up empty. Check-in, tacos, fire, empty, and I told them about the missing file in my head, and Yoon nodded along, because hers was missing too. First confirmed sighting, Saturday breakfast, when the college kid's aunt remembered a man complimenting the pancake production line. Then the hike, then everything after, which meant he'd arrived Saturday morning, early, on foot, into a camp where everyone had already met everyone the night before, or thought they had, which meant there was no car of his in the lot. And Marcus, County Records Marcus, said the sentence I heard through a sudden low ringing in my ears. He said then his vehicle is parked somewhere else, and he chose the walk. The walking in was part of it. You don't stroll into the woods at dawn without a plan for strolling out. We got Doug and Priya into the pavilion's back corner and gave them all of it in 5 minutes. The counts, the list, the timeline, the dawn loop, the 4 clicks, the 4 solo tents. And I need to say something about those too, because organizer is a thankless word, and they earned a better one that morning. There was one bad moment where you could watch them both want it. Badly, not to be true. 10 years of we've never had a single incident sitting right there on their faces, and it lasted maybe as long as a breath. And then Priya looked across the clearing at him, at the edge of a cluster, coffee in hand, laughing on cue at a story about somebody's dog, and whatever she saw in that laugh ended the fight. Doug went gray around the mouth and quiet, and he took the pad and looked at the tent map for a long time. His hands were not quite steady, and he owns those hands moving furniture and hauling firewood all weekend, so I noticed. The choice they made, and they made it in under a minute, was calm and public. No accusations, no scene, no cornering a possibly dangerous man against a picnic table. Priya would gather everyone for the announcements, standard Sunday routine, everybody in one place in daylight. And Doug would do what Doug did 30 times every campout anyway, wander over, friendly and unhurried, and check somebody off a list. Just a guy with a clipboard, the most natural thing in the world. I stood with Renata by the coffee urn where I could see everything, heart going hard, hands wrapped around a mug I never drank. Announcements happened. People drifted into the clearing, the clusters loosening, and he drifted with them, seams as always, half a step off the edge of the paddlers, and Doug moved along the crowd checking his sheet, chatting, checking, chatting, an entirely boring man doing entirely boring logistics, and then he was next to the gray cap, pen up, smiling. I was too far to hear the first part. I could see it though. Doug's easy question. The clipboard tilted toward him, and I could see the man's face do something I hadn't seen it do all weekend, which was pause. Half a second. A quarter second. The laugh was always on time. The passing of marshmallows was always on time. And this was late. And in that lateness, for the first time, I saw the actual man behind the trick, doing math of his own. Then the pause ended, and he smiled. And he said the thing that everyone close enough would repeat to the deputies word for word, and that I've thought about probably every week since. He said, "I'm with Dan." Perfect. Do you see it? Even then, even caught. It was a name that fit twice. 2 Dans stood in that clearing, and each Dan was known to half the group and a stranger to the other half. And for the length of one heartbeat I watched that sentence start to work the way every sentence of his had worked all weekend. Watched heads begin the tiny nod. Oh, with Dan, sure. But Tall Dan was standing 4 feet away. And Tall Dan, God bless him forever, looked at the man with plain, honest, terrible confusion and said, "With me?" And a clearing full of people turned to find Kayak Dan. already shaking his head no from over by the tables. Everything stopped. I mean the whole campground, 30 people, the birds practically. One long freeze where the entire weekend recalculated at once. Every buffet line and campfire laugh and past marshmallow bag reshuffling in 30 separate heads into who is this? And I watched it land on him the moment the group finished the math, and his face didn't do what you'd think. There was no snarl, no wildness. His face simply stopped doing anything at all. The pleasant went out of it all at once, completely, and what was left was blank and busy behind the eyes, and completely unfamiliar, a face none of us had met all weekend. And then he set his coffee down on the end of a picnic table, gently, no spill, and he ran. Not a panicked run. That's the detail everyone repeated afterward, in the interviews, at the fire that night, for weeks in the group chat. He ran the way people run when they've rehearsed running, straight through the gap between the pavilion and the woodpile. No stumble, no looking back, past 2 tents, into the trees on the spur roadside, and gone, and the sound of him faded into ordinary forest in about 8 seconds. Nobody chased him. Doug bellowed at the first 2 guys who leaned that way, and he was right, and everyone stood in that clearing in the sudden ringing quiet, 30 people in 0, and somewhere in it, a woman said, into the silence, quite clearly, "Oh my God, he ate breakfast with us." And that was the sentence that ended the holding still, and the clearing went loud. Here's what the next few hours looked like, because nobody ever tells you the logistics of the aftermath, and the logistics were their own kind of surreal. No cell service, remember. So Doug and Marcus drove out to the ranger station at the forest entrance, 11 minutes of gravel, to call the county, while Priya ran the camp with a steadiness I will admire until I die. Everybody into the clearing, nobody to the tent loops alone, go in 3s if you need something. Coffee stayed on. The college kid's aunt, of all people, started washing dishes, and half the group joined her, because hands need jobs, and 30 grown adults did the breakfast dishes of a man who'd run into the forest in silence, passing wet plates down a line. And while the dishes moved down that line, the reconstructing started, quiet at first, then not, and it was one of the stranger hours of my life. Because every person in that clearing, it turned out, had a piece of him. The woman from the chili line remembered his cornbread joke, word for word, and said it out loud in the tone you'd use to report a symptom. The aunt remembered him complimenting the pancakes. One of the paddlers had lent him bug spray and got very quiet about it and looked at his own hand. Somebody had shown him pictures of her dog. Somebody had held the marshmallow bag while he chose. 30 people stood there trading their pieces, and you could watch every single person privately rerun their own weekend knowing what they now knew. Every kindness refiled, and it was the same look on every face, one after another, the look of someone doing an inventory they never expected to do. What did I give him? What did I tell him? What did he hear me say? I had my own inventory. Friday night, the picnic table, wine in hand, delighted with my own independence. I did mine standing at the coffee urn, and I've never told the group what was on it, and I'm still deciding whether telling all of you counts as telling them. The deputies came in about 40 minutes, 2 vehicles, and took it seriously right away, which I credit to Doug's phone call and to the legal pad, because we handed them a timeline, a tent map, a physical description down to the Trail Runner brand, and a registration list with 0 holes in it. One deputy stayed in camp taking statements. The other one drove the spur road out slow, the way you drive when you're looking at the tree line in every pullout. 2 miles down, at one of those unofficial gravel pullouts where people park for the creek, there was a silver sedan backed in under the trees, out of county plates, and standing next to the open trunk, changing his shirt, was the man from our campfire. He didn't run from the deputy. That's its own strange detail, and I've turned it over a lot. 30 unarmed campers, he ran. 1 deputy, he went polite. I think, and the investigators later more or less confirmed this thinking, that running from us was never fear. It was procedure. We'd stopped being a resource and become a risk. So he executed the exit he'd walked in with, calm and rehearsed, and the version of him standing at that sedan was already the next version, cooperative, mildly confused. a birdwatcher having a strange morning. He consented to questions. He gave a name, and the name was real, which surprised me when I learned it, and then it didn't, because nothing about him was ever fake in the checkable ways. The lies were all one layer up, in the assumptions. What undid him was the trunk. It was open when the deputy pulled up, mid-shirt change, and in it, in a milk crate, in plain view, was gear that didn't match a birdwatcher having a strange morning, and among the gear was a notebook. And when the campground he'd just run from radioed a description that matched the man to the sedan, plain view plus circumstances became enough, and the morning stopped being polite. I'm going to tell you about the notebook now. We learned it in pieces over months. Some from the deputies who came back to take supplemental statements, most of it later, from the prosecutor's office. Once charges were filed and the thing became public record, and Marcus, blessed records man Marcus, requested every page we were entitled to and walked a few of us through it at his kitchen table one Sunday in October. I've seen photocopies of that notebook. I wish I hadn't. I'm glad I did. Both of those are true and neither cancels the other. It was a plain black notebook, graph paper, and it was campgrounds. Dozens of them, hand-drawn, tidy, patient, gridded out on the graph squares, group sites, loop roads, pavilions, toilet buildings, fire rings, and the tent pads drawn in as little rectangles, and next to certain rectangles, small marks. A dot system. Nobody ever got him to explain the dot system on the record, but you didn't need a confession to read it, because on the page for our campground, drawn in that same tidy hand, the dots sat exactly where our solo tents sat, and one page back, at an event 2 counties over from the June before, the dots sat on tent pads that matched one for one, the tents that had been entered and quietly robbed while a group of 40 strangers slept, a case that had gone nowhere for over a year. 3 summers. That's what the notebook covered. 3 summers of group campouts, club weekends, meetup events, big church camp gatherings, spread across 4 counties and over the state line, and every one of them was an event exactly the shape of ours. 25 to 50 people, strangers plus friends, name tags and buffet lines and nobody knowing everybody. He had attended, eaten, laughed, mapped, and left, over and over and over for 3 years. And the reason no one had ever connected anything is the same reason he got 3 years in the first place. Every single group did what we did. They counted wrong, laughed it off, assumed, and went home. Most of them never even reported the thefts to the same agency, because the events crossed jurisdictions, and a tent robbery in one county and a tent robbery in another county never get connected, unless somebody connects them. The assault is the part I'm not going to say much about, out of respect, because there's a real woman on the other end of that sentence and her story belongs to her. What I'll say is that it happened at an event in his second summer at night, to a woman in a solo tent, and it had been sitting unsolved with a description that matched a pleasant, forgettable, average everything man that nobody at her event had been able to name, place, or connect to anyone, because every attendee assumed he'd come with someone else. When his notebook page for that campground came up, it had her tent on it. He'd walked into 30-some events. He'd been counted, wrong, at who knows how many of them. And it took a 4th-grade teacher's twitchy habit, a legal pad, and 2 men named Dan standing in the same clearing to end it. And I don't say that to make us sound clever, because we weren't clever. We were lucky, and we were slow. I counted 31 on Saturday morning, and he wasn't confronted until Sunday. He slept in our campground that night. To this day, nobody knows where. The deputies checked, and there was no 31st tent, and I've made a decision, formally, in writing, in my own journal, to never think about that fact after 9 p.m., and I break that rule about once a month. The legal end of it was slower than television teaches you to expect, and less complete, and I've decided that being honest about that is part of telling this right. He was charged in our county for the things they could prove there, and the notebook, plus his phone, opened up 2 of the theft cases in other counties, and eventually, the following spring, the assault case, which is the one that mattered, and the one where a jury heard the word notebook and looked at him for a long, long time. He was convicted on the assault and a stack of the rest, and the sentences ran in a way that means he's not out yet, though I did the release math once, against my own better judgment. And I'll be in my 50s, and that's all I'm going to say about that. Some of the notebook pages were never matched to anything. I think about those pages more than the matched ones. Now let me land this thing, because if you've stayed with me this long, you deserve to know what it left behind. And I don't just mean in me. The campout survived. That surprises people when I tell it, and honestly it surprised me. But the group voted that same fall, almost unanimously, to keep the tradition. And I understood the vote the moment Priya explained it, because canceling would have meant he took it, and 30 stubborn hikers were not having that. But the campout changed. There's a check-in photo lanyard now, everyone, no exceptions, and the birding couple grumbled about conference vibes and wore theirs anyway. There's a buddy system for the tent loops after dark, and on the first night, every year, Doug stands up on the picnic bench and does the head count out loud, to the whole fire, and the whole fire counts with him, all the voices together, one number at a time, and when it lands exactly where it should, the place erupts louder than it does for anything else all weekend. Outsiders would think it's a weird tradition. It's not weird, it's the whole story, compressed into 1 minute a year. We count now. We count together out loud, because we learned what it costs when 30 people each privately assume the counting is someone else's job. And me, I'm still in the club, still tent alone, which took exactly 1 year and one panic-bought 2-person tent to get back to. And getting back to it mattered to me in ways I won't fully unpack here. Renata still won't let "I'm fine" stand as a sentence. Marcus and Yun are two of my favorite people alive, and the red-headed woman from check-in, whose tent had a dot next to it in a black notebook, is now one of my closest friends. And neither of us learned that fact about her tent until October, at Marcus's kitchen table. And we walked out of that house, and sat in her car, and didn't talk for a while. And we didn't need to. But I'll tell you what actually changed, the real change, the one I'd warn you about if you were joining a club this summer. And you should join the club. Hear me. This is not a story about staying home. It's the counting. It went from a leftover teacher reflex to a thing I trust the way I trust smoke detectors. Because here's what that weekend taught me, and it's the entire point, so I'll say it as plainly as I know how. A stranger can't hide in your family. A stranger can't hide among your 5 best friends. But a group of 30 people who mostly just met is the one place on earth where a stranger doesn't have to hide at all. He can stand in the buffet line. He can laugh at the campfire. Every person who doesn't know him assumes somebody else does. And 30 of those assumptions, stacked together, can make a stranger belong by lunchtime without one person meaning to do it. The number doesn't care though. The number doesn't assume anything. 31 is 31, so count. When your group says our head count's haunted and everybody toasts the ghost, laugh along and then count again, on your own, quietly, without moving your lips. And if the number's still wrong, believe the number. I did eventually. I just think about the word eventually a lot, and about a phone held low at somebody's waist in the morning mist, clicking, and about how many groups this summer right now are one person bigger than they think. I know this sounds totally crazy, and I probably wouldn't believe it if it didn't happen to me. I've never been a believer in the paranormal, but honestly, I have no idea what to make of what happened last night. I will say it again before you read this that it sounds insane, but please know I am telling the truth. I wasn't drunk or high, and I was with a friend of mine who saw the exact same thing. I go to college in a smallish school in Wisconsin. One thing this school is known for is having crazy parties out in the surrounding woods. I know it sounds stupid, but it's the only way to make sure that campus PD doesn't come and shut it down. I haven't ever been to one of these parties. I've had difficulty with anxiety, but after 2 years of therapy and medication, I finally decided I wanted to go to at least one party before I graduate. I'm a senior. So anyway, I talked to my friend Gina, who's known as a bit of a party girl, and she tells me there's going to be a big party in the woods this Thursday. A lot of kids at my school don't have class on Friday, so we make plans to go. So last night, me and her head down a trail into the woods with flashlights, and we joke about how creepy it was. Everything was going smoothly at first, until we go down a smaller trail that was only 2 feet wide instead of the normal road-sized trails that we usually go through. I was kind of freaked out, but didn't say anything because I assumed she knew where we were going. So we follow this trail a bit longer, and eventually come to this sort of clearing, where the trees aren't too dense and we could see a towel and a few bottles on the ground. At this point, my friend tells me that she's got a bit turned around, but knows that we're very close to the party because she's been at the clearing before, and she starts calling out, "Hey," hoping someone would hear her and shout back. When this doesn't work, she takes out her phone and calls one of her friends that she said was going to meet her at the party. The friend answers and apparently tells her where they were. Gina then tells me she knows where they are and that we're close. I joke that she better not get me killed, and as we nervously laugh, we hear a nya, nya, nya sound coming from behind us, followed by what sounded like a cross between a whistle of an old train and somebody blowing. We then turn around thinking, what the fuck was that? We shine our flashlights on a deer standing up on its hind legs with one arm against a tree looking at us. I know it sounds stupid, but just the way that it was watching us and standing up there was the most unsettling thing I have ever seen in my life. My friend takes off running and I'm still standing there looking at it, trying to make heads or tails of it before I start running after Gina, trying not to be left alone with this thing. Luckily for me, Gina runs into a tree and I catch up with her and start yelling at her about leaving me alone, when we hear another whistling sound out to the left of us and turn our flashlights to see another deer looking at us. But this one was walking toward us on its hind legs, but not like a person, like a dog. It gets close but walks behind the tree with only its head and neck poking out, watching us. I've never been so scared in my life and start to cry and yell at Gina, telling her to call the cops. Like that would do any good. At this point, I honestly thought I was going to die. I was just so scared that we had heard another whistle sound somewhere in the woods behind us. We heard a rustling sound in the woods and we were sure that this was it. This is where we were going to die. But instead walked out a giant. I mean giant. Like newfound size, but with short hair like a lab. Black dog. The dog then walked right up to us, looked at us for a bit, and looked at the deer behind the tree, which then started to make a nya, nya sound, like we had heard earlier. But the dog just stood there looking at it. Not growling or barking or anything, just staring. The deer then started to make a huge coughing sound, but the dog stared at it without making a noise, before turning around and just ignoring it, and walking over to us and started barking and baying. A minute later, a professor who I'd taken a class with sophomore year burst through the brush and started yelling at Baron, his dog who had apparently run away into the woods. He was really confused to see us, but saw that we were crying and offered to take us back to his house and drove us back to campus. I haven't slept since that night, and I've been all over the internet trying to make sense of what I saw, and I think it was a skinwalker. When I was young, I lived in quite a small town in Queensland. The whole town was surrounded by trees in every direction for hundreds of kilometers, and we had so much room to play. This particular story is about the first time we got drunk. In the winter, the levels of water would drop significantly, enough for us to camp on the riverbed. My best mate's parents owned a pub at the time, so we were in charge of getting the drinks for our little trip, so we could finally cross that off our bucket lists. The place we had in mind was out near an old settlement, where a few creepy things have happened to us over time. So we made our way down to the riverbank, which was low on the side we came in and really high on the other side. You couldn't see the other side through all of the trees on top, and it was kind of unnerving knowing that someone could be up there watching and you wouldn't know. There are about 7 of us kids in the camp, and our parents have no idea where we are or what we're doing. We lied and said we were staying at a friend's place. We set up camp and built a little shelter for all of us to sleep under. We got all set up and started drinking as the sun was setting. Soon, it was dark, and we were in full swing of mixing drinks and singing songs and throwing stuff into the water, and generally making a whole heap of noise. As we were starting to wind down, one of my friends said he saw something move at the top of the riverbank on the steep side. We all say that he is full of shit and should calm down, but he is adamant that someone is up there. So we all start calling out, "Come out, you coward," and other such things, being brave well beyond our years. To our surprise, a man wearing straggly clothes and no shoes comes out of the tree line, stands on the edge of the bank and just stares at us. We all go silent, waiting for him to do something, but for about 5 minutes, he just stands there, and then he retreats back into the tree line. We talk amongst ourselves and get a bit nervous, but we soon forget it. About an hour later, the guy is back, but he isn't on the bank anymore. He is coming out of the shadows from the other side of the bank and entering our camp. He comes over and stands next to the fire, joins our group of 12-year-old kids and just stands there. We are all officially a bit scared and don't really know what to do, so we just sat there in silence. Eventually, one of my friends gets up the courage to speak to him. "G'day, mate. How are you? Are you okay?" The guy just stares at my friend, and then starts staring at each one of us for a little bit, spending time on each of us. My friend tries again. "Hey, are you okay? What's your name?" The man snaps his head back at my friend and stares at him wide-eyed for at least 2 minutes before answering. Without blinking, he says in a raspy whisper, "That's none of your fucking business." And he hisses like a cat. This guy just jumps back screaming and staring at the fire like it had just appeared and runs off, up the steep bank in record time. It was impossible to get up this thing, so we all just stand there, speechless. We decide that it's best if we just stoke up the fire, because it's about a 19-kilometer walk in pitch black to town, and we weren't confident of that. So, stoke the fire we did. We sat up for as long as we could, keeping watch, not really talking. We all eventually dozed off, one by one. When we woke up in the morning, everything was gone. All of our alcohol, all of our bags, all of our shoes and blankets, everything. The creepy thing is that none of us awoke as someone robbed us blind, and there was not a single footprint. We were sleeping in damp sand, so there should have been footprints everywhere, but there were none. It looked like we hadn't even been there. Needless to say, we bailed and ran almost all the way back to town. Our feet were all cut up and messy by the time we got back. We never told our parents about the camping trip, and I think we never will. About 6 weeks ago, I went into the wilderness of East Oregon with my 2-year-old hunting dog, a golden retriever named Reggie, to hunt for pheasant, partridge, and quail, and flyfish for steelhead, which is in the high rock desert and carves a deep valley through the sagebrush-coated hills and black rock cliffs. Something happened in that canyon that changed everything I know, or thought I knew, about the world we live in. I'll start with a bit of backstory before I get into the events. I did the same camping trip with 2 buddies last November during my dog's first bird season, and we were all psyched to have a round 2. Unfortunately, one of the dudes bailed because of work pressure, and the other because he needed time to prep for an interview. So I decided to go alone. I've done plenty of solo camping and hunting before, and this time I had my bird dog, so I felt even better going alone. There's obviously no cell phone service out there, So I gave my girlfriend and some buddies my route and camping locations, and set out before sunrise on a Friday with plans to return late on Sunday. It's about a 3-hour drive to the stretch of the John Day River Basin where I was heading, and I got there around 9:30. It was around 40 degrees when I got out at the BLM parking area to stretch and started to get ready to set out. My dog was really stoked. He knows when we're hunting when I put on my bird pouch and bust out the shotgun, and I was happy as a pig in the mud. Sun was shining, and it had snowed a few days earlier, so the red, tan, black, and green sagebrush-coated valley we started hiking down into was shimmering. I had my big backpacking pack loaded to the brim with gear and a sidearm. I don't always carry a sidearm, but 3 days and 2 nights alone in an area infested with packs of coyotes, who don't scare me but would love a golden retriever snack, and a high density of mountain lions, which definitely scare me despite being cool animals. I figured, why the hell not? We, my dog and I, rucked about 6 miles into a more open part of the valley where I wanted to spend the first night. It was around 50 degrees at this point and absolutely beautiful, while quite muddy with the snowmelt. I set up the tent on the little grassy plateau above the old trail and put the dog in the tent with some water to chill for a bit to get his paws warmed up. I ate lunch and dumped most of my gear and set out with just my camelback, bird pouch, gun, and dog down further into the valley to start hunting. About as happy as a dude can be. It was slow hunting at first, but eventually we flushed a cubby of quail and a few hen pheasant. After about 4 hours, it was starting to get dark. We had 3 quail down and we were working our way back to the camp. This is where things got somewhat strange. Reggie was ahead of me and I was struggling through some thick brush to get back to the trail from the river when the dog bolted back through the gap he had gone through with his ears back and his eyes wide. He kind of huddled and paced anxiously behind my legs. It wasn't normal behavior for him unless he was startled by something like a door slamming or a leaf blower. I looked forward to where he came from and immediately thought cougar. I aimed my gun forward as if I was about to flush a bird and moved through the gap in the brush with Reggie reluctantly at my heels. I pushed into the opening below the trail and noticed out of the corner of my eye a body of tan fur low in the grass, and whipped to my right with the shotgun at my shoulder ready to shoot. I then saw hooves, and then a face, and to the relief of the adrenaline throbbing behind my eyes, I realized it was a female bighorn sheep lying in the grass. She was shaking violently, and her eyes were white with terror, and she was clicking her teeth through a slick of frothy drool and wheezing like a sick old horse. I couldn't see any obvious broken bones or lacerations on her, and she was quite young, maybe 2 years old, and there was nowhere she could have fallen from. I figured she was just sick and dying. I actually gave her a slight shrug as if to suggest, Mother Nature's a bitch, sorry girl, best of luck to ya, and had to drag Reggie by his collar to the left, away from the strange, frantic thing. I'd run into dying deer and elk in the Rockies where I grew up, and I knew that sometime soon, as if camp wasn't that far off, I'd hear the terrible noise of coyotes beginning to feast. For those who haven't heard it, when coyotes set upon a living meal, they yip, snarl, and screech a horrible chorus of death. I didn't look forward to hearing that old death song, if it was to come, because I knew it would scare the shit out of my dog. But hey, Mother Nature's a bitch. We got to the camp. I took some photos of the sunset, seared up a little quail with some potatoes, ate my dinner, fed the dog, had some sips of bourbon, and climbed into the tent. The last thing I remember is being anxious the coyotes would find the dying bighorn and wake us up. I woke up freezing cold, feet and hands numb, and had an immediate adrenaline surge. I fumbled around for my headlamp, and when I turned it on, I saw that my tent flap was halfway unzipped and my dog was gone. I kind of freaked the hell out, to be honest, and started screaming, "Reggie, come! Reggie, come! Reggie!" And as I slammed my numb feet into my boots and rushed outside, there was a low howl of wind and there was a bit of moonlight, so I could see the glimmering river on the other side of the valley. I had my revolver in one hand and the hunting whistle in the other, and stomped the campground screaming for the dog, and shining the light everywhere I could. Cougars are awake whenever they want, and coyotes are nocturnal, and I was looking for blood, or tracks, or anything. For those who haven't experienced it, when you lose your dog, there's some pretty extreme panic, mine being coupled with waking up in the middle of the dark wilderness. I think it was because of the panic that I didn't realize that my tent flap had been unzipped, until about 60 seconds of yelling at him. I looked back at it with the headlamp and lit it up as it flagged in the breeze, and kind of pushed it out of my mind, figuring that Reggie could have pushed it or rolled into the tent flap and forced the zipper down. Then I saw eyes peer over a boulder a bit down the slope. I started pacing toward the eyes and pointed my revolver at the boulder below the eyes and said sternly, "Reggie, come! Reggie!" And the eyes looked away. I bolted down the slope and noticed something move on the top of the boulder. I moved around the rock and saw it was Reggie. He was sitting up there like I commanded him to sit, with a treat in my hand, staring over the valley toward the river. He was shaking like he'd just come out of an ice bath, and with the light, I could see his breath, like cigarette smoke, in the cold air. I said something like, "Reggie, what? Reggie, come! Heal! Heal!" But he wouldn't move, wouldn't even look away from the dark valley. Then I climbed on top of the boulder and put my arms around him, and it was almost like something released him. He immediately tweaked out and started snarling and crying and writhing to break free, but then noticed it was me and his tail started beating back and forth. His snarls were replaced with whimpers, and he literally tried to jump into my arms. I picked him up and jumped off the big rock and started trying to soothe him a bit. I was right outside the tent when I heard the noise I'll never forget. It's hard to describe with writing, but it sounded a bit animal and a bit like a guy trying to sing a long note of "don't, don't, don't," that increased with urgency and a hint of pleading. I threw Reggie into the tent and whipped around with a pistol, pointed it down the valley to where the noise had come. Right then, it was as if the valley itself exhaled. There was a giant windy ugh that engulfed the dark ridge. Honestly, for the first time in my life, I felt I might lose control of my bowels and crap my pants right here standing on the hillside. I could see all of the grass and sagebrush by the trees and the river start quivering in the gust. Reggie was barking like crazy, and I had just backed up into the tent and zipped it up mostly closed, leaving a bit to see out of. I tried to calm Reggie down while loading my shotgun. The seemingly demonic exhale of wind subsided, and Reggie curled up in my lap and whimpered while I just sat there with my revolver at my side, and my shotgun pointed at the tent flap. Only then did I see it was about 3:50 a.m., and start thinking through what happened and what to do. I knew booking it the 6 miles up the valley in the dark to my truck was a huge nope. I had seen microbursts of wind before, and knew the canyons and valleys were a prime spot for them, and reasoned that had been the case. Then I tried to think through the bird and the mammal species in that region that could have made that sound. There are wolves in Oregon, but not often in this area, and the "don't" sound was too deep for a coyote. I was thinking it could have been something like a swan or a big bird near the water. And what the hell was my dog doing all seized up and transfixed on the darkness on top of that rock? He had just gotten out and been confused and started becoming hypothermic or something. I really had no idea, and I couldn't figure out why I was so scared and on edge. I worked as a hunting and fishing and trekking guide in New Zealand and Patagonia after college, and grew up spending time in the wilderness in Colorado. I'd had run-ins with most of North American predator species. I'd stabilized people with head wounds miles from any road or trail. I'd dug someone out of an avalanche, and I can't remember of ever being that horrified and on edge before. I'm no Navy SEAL here, but I know how to keep my wits about me when things get tense in the backcountry, so I was pretty shaken up. After a couple hours, I could see the light in the sky, and then a semblance of daylight spilled into the valley. I still hadn't properly warmed up, but I threw all my layers and extra socks on, and zipped Reggie into the tent properly, and went out to poke around for a bit. Nothing was out of the ordinary, and no strange tracks to be found, other than bighorn and deer. My nerves settled a bit. Eventually, I made some coffee, ate a power bar, fed the dog, and kind of just sat there looking at Reggie. There were natural, reasonable explanations for most of last night's events. However, the one I couldn't get over was my dog. I got chills thinking about the freakish way he was frozen on top of that rock, staring into the darkness, and the way he came out of the trance once I touched him. I also couldn't get over how freaked out I was by it all once that microburst, demon sigh wind gust kicked up. I pet Reggie for a while and just watched him, almost willing him to communicate to me what he saw after he left the tent before I woke up. The wind picked up into a steady, cold sailing breeze, which did well in dissuading my plan to fly fish for the morning. I decided to break up camp and get packed up, either to keep going or to head back to the truck. I hadn't decided yet, but didn't want to wig out and bail on the weekend without actually having a good reason, other than weird stuff happening. I wasn't in any intelligible danger, which is metric number 1 in any outdoorsman's time to bail determination process. So I just didn't know what to do. After packing, I was sitting there with another cup of coffee when I heard something scuttling in the rocks up the valley above my right shoulder. Reggie heard it too, and bolted to the rise behind the tent and stared up the slope like he was pointing at a bird, hackles raised and everything. I walked over and stood behind him, expecting to see a deer or a bighorn, but only saw a little rock slide out of the scree slope about 100 yards off. Again, I thought cougar, as one could have definitely been spooked by us up into the steep boulder and cliff formations at the top of the ridge. Little rock slides happen without disturbance, but something didn't seem natural. Then the dog just bolted. He whipped around and sprinted down the slope away from me and the little rock slide above us, faster than I may have ever seen him run. I screamed after him and wailed on my hunting whistle to try to get him to hold, but he went all the way up the trail before looking back at me. Maybe this was me finally coming to my senses, but I figured, screw it, we're out of here. I heaved my pack on and made my way to Reggie, who was whining and pacing now, while looking over my shoulder. Once there, he started straight up the trail toward the car, looking at me, almost begging me with his ears down, with a "dude, let's go" face I hadn't seen before. It really put the hair on my neck up, so I just fell in behind him, and we started the hike. It was slow going because it was uphill out of the valley, and I wasn't moving as fast while keeping my eyes to the ridgeline to my right and to the sagebrush meadow to my left toward the river. I had my gun loaded because I hadn't entirely abandoned the idea of hunting on my way out, even though Reggie wasn't nose down and looking at anything but the ridge and me. Again, like he was begging me to hurry up. Also, I was sketched out in general, and a loaded shotgun is a decent remedy for fear. After about an hour and a half, I knew we were probably no more than a mile from the car, because I remember the canyon wall on the right becoming almost a sheer cliff, with occasional slot canyons leading up from the trail. When we were right at the mouth of one of these little mini canyons leading to the cliffs, Reggie stopped. He froze again, like he saw a game bird looking up in the rocks. I thought maybe it was actually a quail, so I got my gun ready and took a few paces up the ridge to see if Reggie would hunt up like he normally would. But he started whining and pacing again, and even shaking a bit while whipping his head back and forth, scanning frantically up and down the hill. I was worried then. I knew he wasn't right. I looked behind me and saw something move between two large boulders. I aimed my gun, thinking again cougar, but I saw two hooves, thinking now bighorn or mule deer. I took a few steps up the steep slope toward the animal, seeing if I could spook it up the ridge and see what it was. And the wind started picking up, and there was sage twigs whipping around the little black rocked canyon. And right then, Reggie started going insane. He was snarling and yelling like I'd never heard before. But I started saying, "Reg, stop! Reggie, no!" while slowly wheeling the corner to see what the rest of the animal was. And that's when my entire life and understanding of the world changed. Behind that rock corner was definitely a bighorn sheep. It was standing on its back legs looking at the rock wall, with its front legs curled up grotesquely into its chest where I couldn't see them. It was shifting its weight back and forth between its back hooves, and it had massive curled ram horns I'd only seen on a few big males before. I was immediately jarred by the sight, and I think I blurted out something like, "Holy hell," but thought for some reason it was just stuck or wedged there, or had fallen in the vertical position from above. Then it slowly started stepping and turning around, staying entirely on its back feet. Then it whipped around to face me, and it definitely wasn't stuck. It was literally standing comfortably, like a man, on its back legs. It looked like a normal bighorn sheep, but its eyes were wide and terrifyingly human, and staring at my stomach or waistline. It was drooling a ridiculous amount of frothy slobber out of its clattering mouth. I was tripping and sliding backwards, and a half second from blasting this freakish ram in its face when it looked right up into my eyes and shouted, with a wheezing, boyish voice with a terrified, pleading urgency, "Please don't! Please don't! Don't! Don't!" I tripped and rolled down the trail, and Reggie was tearing up the path ahead of me. I leaped up and trained my gun right up at its spot. I saw the ram's horns sticking out, and most of its face, as if it was peeking out behind the rocks like a child playing hide-and-seek, and it was still staring at me, dead in the eye, then ripped its head back behind the rocks. I could hear it still, but it sounded like it was sobbing like a little boy, while repeating, "Please don't, please don't, please don't." As I was pacing backwards, I noticed that I was screaming at it like a savage, like I had done when running into black bears to try to scare them off, not saying anything intelligible, and also screaming for my dog so he didn't bolt a mile ahead. When I got 50 yards down the trail, I shot both my 12-gauge hunting loads down the empty trail into the dirt and kept walking backwards. Reggie was back at my heels at this point, but still whining and barking. I swear, I walked the whole mile backwards, scanning like a madman, hands white and stone gripped on my gun, until I got a glimpse of the valley opening where my truck was. Then I just bolted. I sprinted like a child running from a monster. Reggie stayed ahead of me, and when we were at the truck, I tore my keys out of my bag, threw the dog, bag, and gun into the car and tore out of the valley back to the state highway like a drag racer. I stopped at the first town and tried to calm Reggie down, and myself, and I still didn't get cell service. I went to the gas station, not to get anything really, but just to interact with another human and make sure the Ram monster, or my insanity, was isolated in the canyon. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost because the first thing the woman said was, "You okay, hun?" I bought a Gatorade and drove back north to the interstate and straight home. I haven't slept right since. My diet is all messed up. I can't think at work. My dog is super jumpy and doesn't like walking at night anymore. Not sure what to do to get over my encounter with this talking, pleading, sobbing beast. But I know one thing for sure. I am not hunting or camping alone anymore. And I am never going to set foot in the John Day River basin as long as I live. Not a chance in hell. Rewind 2 weeks. It's the 4th of July. A few of my friends want to actually do something instead of lounge around in front of our computers like we do every day. There were 5 of us. Me, Neil, Elijah, JD, and Neil's sister, Katie. Neil had the idea to go to his grandparents' house, as they owned a farmhouse. We live in Texas, so having that much space, especially with other houses being half a mile out, it was the perfect place to pop fireworks without getting into too much trouble. The drive from where we lived to their house was about a 40-mile drive. Unfortunately, the only car that we had at our hands was a 2-door, so trying to fit 5 of us into the car was hectic, to say the least. The drive was actually tolerable. 3 of my friends were in the back and found a comfortable, yet funny position to sit in the car. The music Katie was playing was helping a lot and definitely passed the time. We all bought some fireworks halfway there, and my friends jumped back into their designated position for another 20 miles. As we got there, Neil forgot to mention that his grandparents were out of town for the week, which made the experience ahead of us a lot better. All of us got out of the car except for Katie, who suggested that she get us all food and sodas for the night. She kept the fireworks in the back because she didn't want us popping any off while she was gone. She drove off and we were all left there without fireworks. So we did the next best thing, went to the pool in the back. Something that already put me off was that ranch sat considerably close to a forest. Neil even went the extra step to tell me that there's an occasional wolf that can be a hassle to deal with. Of course, I got nervous because I had nothing to defend myself with if one had jumped over the fence. He handed me a pocket knife, saying that there's a shotgun in the living room if something goes down. He mentioned that he was going to set up a game of Risk for us all to play while Katie was out, as the drive to the closest market was well over a couple miles out. So, Elijah and I sat poolside, telling stories to each other about stupid stuff that happened while we were in college. During our talk, I was staring out in the forest line, paranoid about the wolves that Neil teased me about. I saw something move. I couldn't tell since the porch light behind me was making it harder to see any details, but the way it moved made my heart jump. Elijah could see my body language as he leaned in to see what was there. He started to ask me what I saw, and I replied with a wolf on the tree line. He looked toward where I pointed, and he calmed down. "That's just Katie, dude. I think she was trying to scare us." He started calling her name, waving his arm and laughing, saying how she scared the hell out of me. Neil came out of the house, wondering what Elijah was screaming about. Then he saw his sister standing in the field. He started to laugh when Elijah told him what happened and how I was on the edge of my seat. JD came out of the house next, and Neil told him to help Katie with the bags and grab the fireworks. Katie, who was out in the field, started to wave back, but the wave definitely seemed out of place. It wasn't so much waving, but a sudden jerk, like if you were trying to pop your elbow. Elijah yelled for Katie to come back so we can start the party, but JD came back with a terrified look on his face. Katie's not back yet. I just called her. She's still on the road towards Walmart. Their laughing stopped, and Elijah's face faded, and his arm fell into his lap with a thud. Everyone looked at the still jerking figure in the field. Then, she screamed. The scream was so loud, it sounded like it may as well have been a couple feet away. All of us scrambled, running back into the house. Slamming the door behind us, Neil shouted for us to lock the doors and grab the shotgun in the living room. I ran to grab the shotgun, as it was the closest thing to us, while the other two ran to each of the doors leading inside. Quickly, I grabbed the shotgun and stuffed a couple of shells in my pocket, running back to the kitchen where we came in from, and handed the shotgun to Neil. I pulled out the shells and sat them on the counter, and he loaded one in. JD came back nearly covered in sweat, freaking out, and shouted, "What the fuck was that?" Just as scared as he was, I look at both of them. Elijah quickly joining us again. "You don't think it was a skinwalker? I read stories. I've been all over 4chan and creepypastas." JD tried to reassure us. "No, it can't be. That's Katie. I'm sure she's just trying to scare us." "Cut the bullshit, JD," Neil barked at him. "That scream wasn't human. You already called her, and you told us she was still going out." He turned back to the door, pushing the blinds slightly, to find Katie closer to us. It stood at the gates of the pool, illuminated by the light, and revealing that didn't look much like Katie at all. The hair was a mess, and the clothes looked tattered. Her skin was bruised. The one thing that caught our eye most was her face. The head was tilted, like it struggled to support the weight. The eyes were blank with emotion, and the jaw was agape. It raised an arm, jerking it like it did before in a mock wave. The jerking, however, started to get more violent as the entire body started to shake uncontrollably. Neil quickly closed the curtains and backed off. He orders us to sit behind the counter. He set himself in the gap leading into the kitchen with a gun aimed at the door. I was silent for what felt like an hour. The three of us continued to look at Neil, who was completely focused on the door. A massive, grotesque smell entered our noses, and all of us reacted appropriately. The horrid stench was like if you left groceries to ferment in a box in the summer heat, with a couple of carcasses as a garnish. It was definitely hard to breathe, tasting the smell in the back of your throat, even with your nose pinched. It was so bad, JD actually threw up. Then, without any warning, the smell was gone. The hot air that was the smell went away, and was easier to breathe. I was afraid to let go of my nose, but was rewarded with a breath of fresh air. Everyone took a couple of breaths to rid their lungs of the pungent smell that lingered before. Neil asked us if we were okay and replied, JD being the exception since he'd puked. We heard what sounded like a whine. It sounded like a mix between a dog and a child about to cry. It was coming from the porch door, but from the front where we came in from the car. All of us stood up, Neil moving forward as we stayed back. We knelt down by the stairs, still hearing this whining. It didn't hit me until we positioned ourselves, but it sounded like something was trying to talk for the first time, like an animal. In a raspy, but still high-pitched voice, I could make out a very small portion of what it was trying to say. Ye, fuck, hot. It kept repeating this, until it started to sound more enunciated, more human. What the fuck was that? It sounded like JD. Same accent, same speech pattern, same voice. JD started to shiver. His breath was getting shallow. He shouted back in a scared voice I'd never heard come from his mouth until now. Get out. Leave us alone. Get the fuck out. Leave us alone. Get out. The last words that we heard were in the same scream we heard when we saw it initially. It started to pound on the door. Not like it was trying to force itself in, but like an impatient knock. It started to scream in the same pitch we heard it when we initially saw it. Get out! Get out! Get out! It terrified all of us. The inhuman screams, the polite pounding on the door. I started crying. I thought this was it. Neil wasn't scared, like us. He was right pissed. He stood up storming towards the door, screaming. He swung open the door, pointing his shotgun at whatever was on the other side, pulling the trigger, filling all of our ears with the sound of a shotgun blast, and the ringing to follow. Neil stood at the door, huffing. His body language was wanting to rip this thing apart. I stood up, looking past his arm, seeing nothing but a shell on the ground. I looked up past his shoulders, seeing nothing on the driveway, and the road leading back to where we came. He turned around, the adrenaline fading away, and a shaky voice coming from his mouth. We're not staying here. JD, call Katie and tell her to get ready to go back home when she comes back. The rest of the time, all of us were in the kitchen. The shotgun sat on the counter with several shells near the butt of the gun. None of us wanted to say anything. None of us wanted to look at each other. It was nothing but silence until Katie called us. Neil quickly wrote a note, leaving it on the gun as we left. All of us hopped into the car, silent. Katie noticed our behavior and constantly edged us to tell her what happened. She pouted and put on her music to cheer us up. The only thing I could hear was the blood-curdling scream, telling us to get out. My background. My dad is full-blooded Navajo from northern Arizona, and my mom is white. I grew up in SoCal, but grew up going to the res every year and eventually moved and worked there. I'm not a skinwalker expert by any means, but I'll share what I know. The first experience I had was on one of my first solo trips without my parents, out to our ranch on the reservation. I went with my cousin and a few friends. Our ranch is pretty much in the middle of nowhere, the nearest people being at the very closest 10 miles away, so you're pretty much on your own. Our first night out there, we arrived around 2 a.m., and there was no moon, and it was pitch black. So we had a hard time finding our hogan, a traditional octagon-shaped Navajo house. We decided to just camp near a cattle corral, which we found. We set up tents and knocked out until the sun came up. When I woke up, I took a little walk around our campsite and found coyote tracks which encircled our camp and actually got pretty close to the tents and campfire, which was pretty weird and a bad sign for several reasons. The rest of the day went without incident. We woke up, cooked breakfast, explored the rim of the Grand Canyon on the reservation side, and checked out old hogans in the area. We stayed up partially late that night. We had been out exploring at night and four-wheeling off some road trails. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. We were driving up a rocky road that went up to a small canyon, so there was hills pretty high and steep on both sides of me. I was standing in the back of the truck with a spotlight. That was when I saw the first light. The best way to describe what I saw was the visual effect of when you're standing in a room and someone behind you takes a picture with a flash. There was a brief instant in which everything lit up behind me, but it was a dull orange reddish light. I turned around towards where it came from and shined the light around, but there was nothing there whatsoever. Just a bunch of rocks. We thought it was weird, but kept driving. Once on top of the hill, we stopped to look around and noticed the weird light again, but this time it was far away, at least several miles. It was the same color, but looked like a muzzle flash from a gun. I waited and waited to hear the gunshot, thinking it was people like us shooting at night. But it never came. Then we saw another flash, but this time it was several miles west, and a bit closer. Then another closer and closer, within a few minutes. We decided it was a little weird without talking about it, turned around and went to the Hogan this time. We didn't really talk about the lights for some reason, and we all settled down in the Hogan. There was myself, my cousin, and my 2 white friends. We talked for a while, and it was at that moment when everyone stops talking and everyone is just about to fall asleep when this happened. The door. There's only one door, a small wooden door which locks shut, shook violently as someone kicked the door as hard as they could. It was loud and strong enough to where you could hear the lock rattle and the door bounce back and rattle against the wooden frame. My friends shot up and said, "What the hell was that?" They had good reason to be alarmed. We were very far from anyone else, and they knew that. It's extremely quiet out here, pretty much deafening silence, and you can hear when vehicles are approaching. I got out of bed, grabbed a shotgun, and told my cousin to get his rifle. I walked to the door, motioned for him to come over, and said, "You get left, I'll go right." I'm not really sure why, but I wasn't scared despite the obvious weirdness of what was going on. I ripped the door open, and we both slipped out the door after one another and swept the area. Looked everywhere we could, and went to the truck and got the spotlight and swept the area. Nothing. No footprints, no animals, nothing. We decided to send a message and shot some rounds off to scare whatever it was anyway. I think we were all kind of worried, but eventually went back to the Hogan and settled back in, kind of joking about it to calm our nerves. Eventually, we all fell asleep, but I hid my nervousness, and my heart was still racing. It wasn't until everyone was quiet and asleep that I noticed a thumping. I heard it very faintly through the rock walls, and when I put my ear up to the wall, I heard it a lot better. It was a very rhythmic thumping sound, something very heavy, and timed the same every single thump. It sounded as if it was coming through the rock table that the Hogan sits on top of. I tried to rationalize it and told myself it was just the cows, and somehow managed to fall asleep. I woke up the next morning and we went to check the cows, which were about 10 miles away on the ranch and hadn't been anywhere near our Hogan last night. Several days later, I told my aunts about what happened. They told me that one of my Navajo grandparents who lived alone and out in the middle of nowhere had weird things happen too. The same night we had our door kicked, someone had knocked on her door in the middle of the night. When she opened the door, there was no one there. My aunts think it was a skinwalker who was messing with me and my cousins because we're mixed. I had a lot of weird stuff happen when I was working there as an EMT as well. It was around 2008, in northern Arizona on a Navajo reservation just on the border of the Hopi Reservation, which oddly enough is inside the Navajo Reservation. I was working as an EMT for the tribe and had just gotten my medical license a few weeks ago, and it was on one of my first shift where I wasn't third hand on the ambulance with 2 other EMTs. I was working night shift on a spring night. It was a little chilly, but not cold enough to need a jacket. The moon wasn't really out, so it was another dark night on the res. We were stationed outside the emergency department, working from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., and responding to 911 calls. We got paged out for a man-down call to the Hopi village with no other information. We usually asked assistance from the police department in securing the scene just because that's standard protocol. And a lot of times it's a nightmare call. There's a possibility of domestic violence or rowdy people. But as there's very few police present on the reservation, there were no police units available to respond with us. We were on our own. We responded code 2, lights but no sirens, and made our way to the village, which was only 10 minutes away. We arrived on scene and immediately saw the patient lying on the ground in the dirt in front of the house. It actually turned out to be a distant relative of mine somehow. I had never met or known him, but I think he was my cousin's distant uncle. He was breathing, but drunk and unconscious. He looked as though someone had either kicked him or stomped on his chest. Nothing required us to load and go, but we would transport him to the hospital to sober up and just to be safe. We checked in his house, found some drunks, might have been the people who assaulted him, and kicked them out. Now it was partially dark, and in the Hopi village, in that section, there were no streetlights. The only lights we had were the big lights on the side of our ambulance, which cast a big circle of light around the unit. There weren't any porch lights either, so it was pretty dark aside from the ambulance area. What I first noticed was quite weird. A few residents came out of their houses, which was odd because it was 2 a.m. But this village is small, so I didn't think much of it. It was pretty eerie though, because they all stayed just on the outside of the line which the light made. I could tell that they were just neighbors, but they seemed reluctant to walk into the light. At first we arrived, there were lots of dogs barking, and all of the normal noises, birds, cars, bugs, etc. We were outside by the patient, just about to get him onto the stretcher, when everything changed. Out of nowhere, there was an incredibly loud howling, which pretty much sounded like a werewolf in a movie. It lasted for a good 15 seconds, long enough to make us freeze and look at each other. It sounded almost exactly like a wolf, but was odd because it sounded like a person doing a wolf call. But it was way too loud to be done by a person unless they were standing right next to us. You could actually feel the reverberate through your body. I had lived there for about a year at this point, so I wasn't super new, but knew enough to where I looked at my partner with a "is this normal?" look. Somehow he knew I was asking without verbalizing it, and shrugged while looking around nervously. I looked back around and all the people were gone in an instant. There was no one around whatsoever. You wouldn't have known that they were even there. Even the people we kicked out of the house were nowhere to be seen, and all of the normal noises were gone. All of the dogs immediately stopped barking, which usually doesn't happen. If anything, the opposite usually happens when there's a noise. Dogs go crazy. We took the sign of everyone getting out of there as a cue to get out. My partner said, "Let's get the hell out of here," and we loaded the patient and were driving out of the village, probably the fastest I've ever seen a non-crucial patient get transported. It wasn't until years later I moved away. I saw the Navajo Cops episode of The Howler, but I found it pretty interesting, considering the area that the episode was pretty far from where we were. Edit. I don't know if that was a skinwalker, or really what it was. Take it as you will. My father told me a story once. I'll never forget it, for a few reasons. I think it's the first story he ever told me as a child. It's also the story of how my grandfather died, but honestly, that isn't the reason. You hear stories on TV, or sometimes you overhear something in a public place. People talk about ghosts, aliens, and you think to yourself, that isn't real. They're making it up, or they're mistaken, or they're crazy, or something like that. You just can't believe it. Until something happens. Something that brings it all together, connects the dots in a way you didn't think of before. Maybe it happens to you. Maybe you hear it. Maybe you hear the same story again and again, happening to different people. It doesn't take long for the world to become a lot bigger than you thought it was. As I said, this is a story my father told me, but I never believed it, even though he swore up and down it was true. It wasn't until I started clicking around the internet I started to believe. I started to hear other stories, just like the one my father told me. It didn't take me long to believe in the rake. That's not what my father called it, of course. He's never used the internet in his life. He wouldn't know of what the consensus has taken to naming it. When he chose to call it something other than it or that thing, he called it Skinwalker, after an old Cherokee tale his grandfather told him. But I'll tell you the story the way he told it to me. We were out hunting one night, he'd tell me. Coyotes. We'd kill them for $50 a skin. They lived in a dairy farm in Ohio. They'd kill calves sometimes. We'd do it every night because we needed the money. Sometimes, while we were out, we'd come across a deer and kill it. Our landlord didn't mind, and it could feed our family for a few nights and save us some money. Anyway, we were done making our rounds and began heading home, walking, because we didn't have a car or some four-wheeler back then. We'd cut through the woods. That's when we came upon it. Blood everywhere, splattered on the trees, in the grass, in the creek, everywhere. At first, we figured it was a pack of coyotes. We'd seen it sometimes. They can't scavenge and start hunting a deer or cattle. The worst was when they bred with feral dogs. But this wasn't like that. See, when a pack of dogs or wolves or coyotes attack something, they do it right. They pick off the one that's weak or sick or old or just small. They hunt it, draw it into a corner, someplace it can't get out of, and they'll run it right into the biggest one, the alpha. And that deer will never see the alpha. It might hear it, but it won't see it. It'll just notice that its throat's gone, and then it'll drop dead. It's quick and clean. That wasn't what happened here. Something had ran up on a den of deer. Coyotes won't attack a den, wolves neither, because they'd get too much of a fight. There were three bodies, just torn apart. You'd see a head there, a leg there, a torso here. Predators don't do that. They don't leave behind scraps. What had done this hadn't done it for food. It had done it for fun. But we didn't know that. We saw a bunch of carcasses, and we think it's something we gotta take care of. I remember my dad telling me to go home. He thought it was a pack of feral dogs, but I wasn't leaving him, and I damn sure wasn't walking through 2 miles of woods alone, with nothing but a .22 and a pocket knife. He was 13 at the time, so a .22 rifle was the only gun he could reliably use. Dad had a shotgun, and I wasn't going anywhere without it. It took me a while to convince him, but finally we began tracking whatever did that. It wasn't hard either. We just followed the blood. Either that thing bled before it got away, or it dragged one for a mile. I don't know. I know I'd never seen my dad scared before that night. We started hearing noises. I've been in a lot of woods in my life. I've been all over the world, and I haven't ever heard noises like I heard that night. I heard things screaming. Heard deer, a fox, and rabbits, and a raccoon, and birds. Just scared. Keep in mind, this is maybe 12 or 1 o'clock. Except the fox and some birds, nothing was supposed to be even awake. But they aren't just awake, they were moving. I saw flocks of birds just trying to get out of there. we came upon a pack of coyotes. Nearly shot a couple of them, thinking it was what we were looking for. But then we saw they were running towards us, then right past us. Didn't even notice. Then some deer did the same. Then some rabbits, squirrels, foxes, and even a couple wild hogs. These things were supposed to be eating each other, and the only thing they cared about was getting out of there. We should have put it together that maybe whatever we were tracking, it wasn't something we were supposed to see, and wasn't something we could kill. I don't know why we didn't just go home. I guess we were curious. I think that was my dad's nature, to go toward trouble, to fight. And knowing what I knew about what my father did during the war, my nature was to stay close to him. We finally get into an open valley. It was normally a soy field, but it wasn't in season, so it was just flat dirt. We saw the tracks. A lot of the animals fleeing the forest had paved over the land. But where that deer blood was, nothing had taken a single step, like they were leaving it for us to find. The tracks were shallow. Whatever it was couldn't have weighed more than 100 pounds. But that didn't mean much. A bobcat weighing 40 pounds nearly tore out my damn throat once. All that means is it's quick and hard to hit. So we follow the tracks, and it doesn't take us long to find where it is. There's this old schoolhouse that sits on the top of the hill. Half of it had been ripped out by a tornado, but nobody lived there, not for a long time. We caught homeless people in there sometimes, or even druggies looking for a safe place to shoot up. We figured maybe that was it. Maybe it was some sick kid riding a high, but we didn't think that for long. We'd get within 50 yards, and we'd hear this noise, a scratching kind of sound. It was sort of made up of two different sounds. One was a high-pitched screech, another was a low-pitched growl. It was making both at the same time. We get within 20 yards, and we hear the sound. I can remember thinking it sounded like paper being torn apart, while someone was swishing water in a bucket back and forth. My dad looks at me, kneels down and whispers, "I gotta stay behind him, because we're about to corner him. Any animal will fight when it's cornered, especially if it's a predator. But we can tell by the tracks that it's just one. He tells me it's probably a single feral dog, most likely rabid. The plan is to sneak up on it while it's eating, shoot it, and then keep shooting it till it didn't move anymore, then slit its throat. And if it gets to Dad, it's my job to shoot it or stab it to get it off of him." So he walks up, and I'm right behind him, just a tad to his side, so I can see what it is. I wish to this day that I hadn't. It was leaning over a carcass, tearing off its flesh, and throws what it doesn't nibble aside. There was blood all over the brick, glistening in the moonlight. It's pale white, human-looking, but not quite human. It had arms and legs like a human, but it sat like a monkey, hunched over, and its hands weren't normal. It had long fingers with claws at the end. So we see that, and my dad hesitates. He wasn't about to fire on a person, so he clears his throat, trying to get it to turn around. I swear to God, all the noise just ceased. I haven't ever heard true silence before that, and not after it. But for 2 seconds, nothing. Nothing made any noise, which made it all the louder when it turned around and made this shrill cry and jumped on my dad. He got a shot off. I think he missed. If he hit the thing, it didn't mind. But it was on him, tears parts of him off. I start shooting with my .22 point blank, but it barely bled. I got off 5 rounds, and then I started hitting it with the butt of the gun. It wasn't budging. It didn't even register that I was there. It's clawing at my dad, taking off bits of his flesh, and starts on his torso, ripping off skin, and then moves up. It tore off his throat, and then his nose, ripped off the bottom half of his jaw. I don't exactly remember what happened, but somehow my dad's knife ends up in the thing's shoulder, and my dad ends up on my back. I'm running, and by God I'm running faster than I have ever ran before, and it's following me. I end up back in the woods, opposite the ones we've been in. I'm heading towards my landlord's house, 'cause it's half a mile away. I can hear the thing screeching and moaning. I hear these tree branches crack and get thrown around. It sounds like someone's taking an axe to every single tree I pass. It's cracking so loud and often, but I just can't look back. Finally, I trip into gravel. I look up, and there's my landlord and a bunch of his buddies drinking around a campfire. I scream and I cry, and they come over. I'm telling them to call an ambulance. And he looks at me, and I'll never forget what he said. "What's on your back?" he asked me. Just as he said it, he saw one of those god-awful flannel shirts my dad wore everywhere. It was what was left of my dad. Suddenly we hear it, screeching. He grabs me and my dad gets thrown to the ground. I'm fighting him, crying, 'cause I think we can still save him somehow. But my dad had been gone before I ever picked him up. He has to pick me up and throw me aside before I come with him. He and his buddies were all inside and locking their doors and getting guns. The landlord's asking me what happened, but I just don't know what to tell him. He pieced enough of it all together to understand that there was something dangerous there. All the lights in the house were on, and someone called the cops. They'll be there, but in 15 minutes. We look outside, and I see it walk in front of the fire they'd made. They don't know what it is. One of them says it looks like an ape. Suddenly, something goes through the window. We shoot at it, but it ain't the thing. It's my landlord's dog. Just the body, though, not its head or legs. We start pushing things in front of the doors and windows when we hear something in the garage. I remember one of my friends saying the doors were open. We hear metal and glass just get ripped apart, but we put a couch and TV in front of the door to the garage. It banged around some more, but then it got quiet. Not silent, like it was before. We could hear it move around some, and the guys were talking, making sure the guns were ready. Someone hands me a pistol. No sooner did I cock the hammer back did we hear something shatter upstairs. Then we heard it screech again, except now it was louder, and it didn't echo and fade out, because it was inside. We all rushed to the one door leading upstairs, and we got to it just as that thing did. It opened it just a bit, and 4 or 5 men just slammed into it. It got its hand through though. Someone with a shotgun took care of that. Put the barrel right up to its wrist and pulled the trigger. Cut its hand clean off. That only pissed it off though. It started pushing on the door, clawing. We were on one side pushing as best as we could, and it was on the other side doing the same. The wood was just not going to hold. Someone tells us to keep our heads down. Then suddenly the top half of the door is just gone. My ears ringing, and there were splinters everywhere. 2 or 3 of them unloaded on the top of the door. I don't really know where it went after that. The police got there. I was still glued to the door, or what was left of it. The sun was up before they got me off it. They put me in the hospital for a while. A lot of the people talked to me, but I didn't talk back. Not for a long, long time. When I got back home, I got a job for the landlord, working on the farm. We didn't talk much, not about the thing, but I signed up for the army when I was 19, and he'd sat me down to drink some scotch as a send-off. I asked him right away what the police told him. The story they went with was a wild animal, probably a wolf or maybe a bear that had migrated north. I asked him how could they say that when they had the hand. He looks at me stunned. He tells me the hand never made it back to the station. The cop who had it in his car wrecked into a tree and died on impact. The hand was never found, probably taken away by an animal. The cops, when they would acknowledge the hand existed at all, said it simply was the paw of a bear and it looked like a human hand. I never talked to the landlord again. He went missing when I was in basic. Never found him. They say he owed some people money and just ran away. But I don't think it's that simple. I never went back to those woods. I wouldn't even if I had the whole US Army on my back. I don't think my father felt he had anything left, and that he might as well settle old scores. He went into those woods. He never came back. The FBI was called. They did a show for everyone involved, but I knew they weren't really looking. I had to get one drunk and slip him a few 50s before he finally told me that they got a few calls about those woods every year, about someone up and vanishing. But that was all he wanted to tell me. Before he got up and left with the rest of the team, he wrote "The Rake" onto a napkin. I didn't know what it meant until I searched for it on the internet. Honestly, I would have rather not known. Rewind 2 weeks. It's the 4th of July. A few of my friends want to actually do something instead of lounge around in front of our computers like we do every day. There were 5 of us. Me, Neil, Elijah, JD, and Neil's sister, Katie. Neil had the idea to go to his grandparents' house, as they owned a farmhouse. We live in Texas, so having that much space, especially with other houses being half a mile out, it was the perfect place to pop fireworks without getting into too much trouble. The drive from where we lived to their house was about a 40-mile drive. Unfortunately, the only car that we had at our hands was a 2-door, so trying to fit 5 of us into the car was hectic, to say the least. The drive was actually tolerable. 3 of my friends were in the back and found a comfortable, yet funny position to sit in the car. The music Katie was playing was helping a lot and definitely passed the time. We all bought some fireworks halfway there, and my friends jumped back into their designated position for another 20 miles. As we got there, Neil forgot to mention that his grandparents were out of town for the week, which made the experience ahead of us a lot better. All of us got out of the car except for Katie, who suggested that she get us all food and sodas for the night. She kept the fireworks in the back because she didn't want us popping any off while she was gone. She drove off and we were all left there without fireworks. So we did the next best thing, went to the pool in the back. Something that already put me off was that ranch sat considerably close to a forest. Neil even went the extra step to tell me that there's an occasional wolf that can be a hassle to deal with. Of course, I got nervous because I had nothing to defend myself with if one had jumped over the fence. He handed me a pocket knife, saying that there's a shotgun in the living room if something goes down. He mentioned that he was going to set up a game of Risk for us all to play while Katie was out, as the drive to the closest market was well over a couple miles out. So, Elijah and I sat poolside, telling stories to each other about stupid stuff that happened while we were in college. During our talk, I was staring out in the forest line, paranoid about the wolves that Neil teased me about. I saw something move. I couldn't tell since the porch light behind me was making it harder to see any details, but the way it moved made my heart jump. Elijah could see my body language as he leaned in to see what was there. He started to ask me what I saw, and I replied with a wolf on the tree line. He looked toward where I pointed, and he calmed down. "That's just Katie, dude. I think she was trying to scare us." He started calling her name, waving his arm and laughing, saying how she scared the hell out of me. Neil came out of the house, wondering what Elijah was screaming about. Then he saw his sister standing in the field. He started to laugh when Elijah told him what happened and how I was on the edge of my seat. JD came out of the house next, and Neil told him to help Katie with the bags and grab the fireworks. Katie, who was out in the field, started to wave back, but the wave definitely seemed out of place. It wasn't so much waving, but a sudden jerk, like if you were trying to pop your elbow. Elijah yelled for Katie to come back so we can start the party, but JD came back with a terrified look on his face. Katie's not back yet. I just called her. She's still on the road towards Walmart. Their laughing stopped, and Elijah's face faded, and his arm fell into his lap with a thud. Everyone looked at the still jerking figure in the field. Then, she screamed. The scream was so loud, it sounded like it may as well have been a couple feet away. All of us scrambled, running back into the house. Slamming the door behind us, Neil shouted for us to lock the doors and grab the shotgun in the living room. I ran to grab the shotgun, as it was the closest thing to us, while the other two ran to each of the doors leading inside. Quickly, I grabbed the shotgun and stuffed a couple of shells in my pocket, running back to the kitchen, where we came in from, and handed the shotgun to Neil. I pulled out the shells and sat them on the counter, and he loaded one in. JD came back nearly covered in sweat, freaking out and shouted, "What the fuck was that?" Just as scared as he was, I look at both of them. Elijah quickly joining us again. "You don't think it was a skinwalker? I read stories. I've been all over 4chan and creepypastas." JD tried to reassure us. "No, it can't be. That's Katie. I'm sure she's just trying to scare us." "Cut the bullshit, JD," Neil barked at him. "That scream wasn't human. You already called her, and you told us she was still going out." He turned back to the door, pushing the blinds slightly, to find Katie closer to us. It stood at the gates of the pool, illuminated by the light, and revealing that didn't look much like Katie at all. The hair was a mess, and the clothes looked tattered. Her skin was bruised. The one thing that caught our eye most was her face. The head was tilted, like it struggled to support the weight. The eyes were blank with emotion, and the jaw was agape. It raised an arm, jerking it like it did before in a mock wave. The jerking, however, started to get more violent as the entire body started to shake uncontrollably. Neil quickly closed the curtains and backed off. He orders us to sit behind the counter. He set himself in the gap leading into the kitchen with a gun aimed at the door. I was silent for what felt like an hour. The three of us continued to look at Neil, who was completely focused on the door. A massive, grotesque smell entered our noses, and all of us reacted appropriately. The horrid stench was like if you left groceries to ferment in a box in the summer heat, with a couple of carcasses as a garnish. It was definitely hard to breathe, tasting the smell in the back of your throat, even with your nose pinched. It was so bad, JD actually threw up. Then, without any warning, the smell was gone. The hot air that was the smell went away, and was easier to breathe. I was afraid to let go of my nose, but was rewarded with a breath of fresh air. Everyone took a couple of breaths to rid their lungs of the pungent smell that lingered before. Neil asked us if we were okay and replied, JD being the exception since he'd puked. We heard what sounded like a whine. It sounded like a mix between a dog and a child about to cry. It was coming from the porch door, but from the front where we came in from the car. All of us stood up, Neil moving forward as we stayed back. We knelt down by the stairs, still hearing this whining. It didn't hit me until we positioned ourselves, but it sounded like something was trying to talk for the first time, like an animal. In a raspy, but still high-pitched voice, I could make out a very small portion of what it was trying to say. Gee, fuck, hot. It kept repeating this, until it started to sound more enunciated, more human. What the fuck was that? It sounded like JD. Same accent, same speech pattern, same voice. JD started to shiver. His breath was getting shallow.
He shouted back in a scared voice I'd never heard come from his mouth until now. "Get out! Leave us alone! Get the fuck out! Leave us alone! Get out!" The last words that we heard were in the same scream we heard when we saw it initially. It started to pound on the door. Not like it was trying to force itself in, but like an impatient knock. It started to scream in the same pitch we heard it when we initially saw it. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" It terrified all of us. The inhuman screams, the polite pounding on the door. I started crying. I thought this was it. Neil wasn't scared, like us. He was right pissed. He stood up storming towards the door, screaming. He swung open the door, pointing his shotgun at whatever was on the other side, pulling the trigger, filling all of our ears with the sound of a shotgun blast, and the ringing to follow. Neil stood at the door, huffing. His body language was wanting to rip this thing apart. I stood up, looking past his arm, seeing nothing but his shell on the ground. I looked up past his shoulders, seeing nothing on the driveway, and the road leading back to where we came. He turned around, the adrenaline fading away, and a shaky voice coming from his mouth. "We're not staying here. JD, call Katie and tell her to get ready to go back home when she comes back." The rest of the time, all of us were in the kitchen. The shotgun sat on the counter with several shells near the butt of the gun. None of us wanted to say anything. None of us wanted to look at each other. It was nothing but silence until Katie called us. Neil quickly wrote a note, leaving it on the gun as we left. All of us hopped into the car, silent. Katie noticed our behavior and constantly edged us to tell her what happened. She pouted and put on her music to cheer us up. The only thing I could hear was the blood-curdling scream, telling us to get out. Number 2. My background. My dad is full-blooded Navajo from northern Arizona, and my mom is white. I grew up in SoCal, but grew up going to the res every year and eventually moved and worked there. I'm not a skinwalker expert by any means, but I'll share what I know. The first experience I had was on one of my first solo trips without my parents, out to our ranch on the reservation. I went with my cousin and a few friends. Our ranch is pretty much in the middle of nowhere, the nearest people being at the very closest 10 miles away, so you're pretty much on your own. Our first night out there, we arrived around 2 a.m., and there was no moon, and it was pitch black, so we had a hard time finding our hogan, a traditional octagon-shaped Navajo house. We decided to just camp near a cattle corral, which we found. We set up tents and knocked out until the sun came up. When I woke up, I took a little walk around our campsite and found coyote tracks which encircled our camp and actually got pretty close to the tents and campfire, which was pretty weird and a bad sign for several reasons. The rest of the day went without incident. We woke up, cooked breakfast, explored the rim of the Grand Canyon on the reservation side, and checked out old hogans in the area. We stayed up partially late that night. We had been out exploring at night and four-wheeling off some road trails. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. We were driving up a rocky road that went up to a small canyon, so there was hills pretty high and steep on both sides of me. I was standing in the back of the truck with a spotlight. That was when I saw the first light. The best way to describe what I saw was the visual effect of when you're standing in a room and someone behind you takes a picture with a flash. There was a brief instant in which everything lit up behind me, but it was a dull orange reddish light. I turned around towards where it came from and shined the light around, but there was nothing there whatsoever. Just a bunch of rocks. We thought it was weird, but kept driving. Once, on top of the hill, we stopped to look around, and noticed the weird light again, but this time it was far away, at least several miles. It was the same color, but looked like a muzzle flash from a gun. I waited and waited to hear the gunshot, thinking it was people like us shooting at night. But it never came. Then we saw another flash, but this time it was several miles west, and a bit closer. Then another closer and closer, within a few minutes. We decided it was a little weird without talking about it, turned around and went to the Hogan this time. We didn't really talk about the lights for some reason, and we all settled down in the Hogan. There was myself, my cousin, and my 2 white friends. We talked for a while, and it was at that moment when everyone stops talking and everyone is just about to fall asleep when this happened. The door. There's only one door, a small wooden door which locks shut, shook violently as someone kicked the door as hard as they could. It was loud and strong enough to where you could hear the lock rattle and the door bounce back and rattle against the wooden frame. My friends shot up and said, "What the hell was that?" They had good reason to be alarmed. We were very far from anyone else, and they knew that. It's extremely quiet out here, pretty much deafening silence, and you can hear when vehicles are approaching. I got out of bed, grabbed a shotgun, and told my cousin to get his rifle. I walked to the door, motioned for him to come over, and said, "You get left, I'll go right." I'm not really sure why, but I wasn't scared despite the obvious weirdness of what was going on. I ripped the door open, and we both slipped out the door after one another and swept the area. Looked everywhere we could, and went to the truck and got the spotlight and swept the area. Nothing. No footprints, no animals, nothing. We decided to send a message and shot some rounds off to scare whatever it was anyway. I think we were all kind of worried, but eventually went back to the Hogan and settled back in, kind of joking about it to calm our nerves. Eventually, we all fell asleep, but I hid my nervousness, and my heart was still racing. It wasn't until everyone was quiet and asleep that I noticed a thumping. I heard it very faintly through the rock walls, and when I put my ear up to the wall, I heard it a lot better. It was a very rhythmic thumping sound, something very heavy, and timed the same every single thump. It sounded as if it was coming through the rock table that the Hogan sits on top of. I tried to rationalize it and told myself it was just the cows, and somehow managed to fall asleep. I woke up the next morning and we went to check the cows, which were about 10 miles away on the ranch and hadn't been anywhere near our Hogan last night. Several days later, I told my aunts about what happened. They told me that one of my Navajo grandparents who lived alone and out in the middle of nowhere had weird things happen too. The same night we had our door kicked, someone had knocked on her door in the middle of the night. When she opened the door, there was no one there. My aunts think it was a skinwalker who was messing with me and my cousins because we're mixed. I had a lot of weird stuff happen when I was working there as an EMT as well. It was around 2008, in northern Arizona on a Navajo reservation just on the border of the Hopi Reservation, which oddly enough is inside the Navajo Reservation. I was working as an EMT for the tribe and had just gotten my medical license a few weeks ago, and it was on one of my first shift where I wasn't third hand on the ambulance with 2 other EMTs. I was working night shift on a spring night. It was a little chilly, but not cold enough to need a jacket. The moon wasn't really out, so it was another dark night on the res. We were stationed outside the emergency department, working from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., and responding to 911 calls. We got paged out for a man-down call to the Hopi village with no other information. We usually asked assistance from the police department in securing the scene just because that's standard protocol. And a lot of times, it's a nightmare call. There's a possibility of domestic violence or rowdy people. But as there's very few police present on the reservation, there were no police units available to respond with us. We were on our own. We responded code 2, lights but no sirens, and made our way to the village, which was only 10 minutes away. We arrived on scene and immediately saw the patient lying on the ground in the dirt in front of the house. It actually turned out to be a distant relative of mine somehow. I had never met or known him, but I think he was my cousin's distant uncle. He was breathing, but drunk and unconscious. He looked as though someone had either kicked him or stomped on his chest. Nothing required us to load and go, but we would transport him to the hospital to sober up and just to be safe. We checked in his house, found some drunks, might have been the people who assaulted him, and kicked them out. Now it was partially dark, and in the Hopi village, in that section, there were no streetlights. The only lights we had were the big lights on the side of our ambulance, which cast a big circle of light around the unit. There weren't any porch lights either, so it was pretty dark aside from the ambulance area. What I first noticed was quite weird. A few residents came out of their houses, which was odd because it was 2 a.m. But this village is small, so I didn't think much of it. It was pretty eerie though, because they all stayed just on the outside of the line which the light made. I could tell that they were just neighbors, but they seemed reluctant to walk into the light. At first we arrived, there were lots of dogs barking, and all of the normal noises, birds, cars, bugs, etc. We were outside by the patient, just about to get him onto the stretcher when everything changed. Out of nowhere, there was an incredibly loud howling, which pretty much sounded like a werewolf in a movie. It lasted for a good 15 seconds, long enough to make us freeze and look at each other. It sounded almost exactly like a wolf, but was odd because it sounded like a person doing a wolf call. But it was way too loud to be done by a person unless they were standing right next to us. You could actually feel the reverberate through your body. I had lived there for about a year at this point, so I wasn't super new, but knew enough to where I looked at my partner with a "is this normal?" look. Somehow he knew I was asking without verbalizing it, and shrugged while looking around nervously. I looked back around and all the people were gone in an instant. There was no one around whatsoever. You wouldn't have known that they were even there. Even the people we kicked out of the house were nowhere to be seen, and all of the normal noises were gone. All of the dogs immediately stopped barking, which usually doesn't happen. If anything, the opposite usually happens when there's a noise. Dogs go crazy. We took the sign of everyone getting out of there as a cue to get out. My partner said, "Let's get the hell out of here," and we loaded the patient and were driving out of the village, probably the fastest I've ever seen a non-crucial patient get transported. It wasn't until years later I moved away. I saw the Navajo Cops episode of The Howler, but I found it pretty interesting, considering the area that the episode was pretty far from where we were. Edit. I don't know if that was a skinwalker, or really what it was. Take it as you will. This is the story of my first encounter with an odd creature I grew to call Skinwalker. I didn't start calling them that until I came face to face with one a second time. I am now 17, but when this happened I was 9. At the time, I lived in a very small town in Michigan called Stockbridge. The town lies outside of a semi-thick forest, and I've been told by my dad much of it was cut down. My house was on the outskirts of town, near the woods. There wasn't much to do in the town. There were no fun places to go, and I had no video games or TV. So me and my friend Jake would spend all of our time outside. Both our parents were comfortable with us being outside without supervision, and let us do what we wanted. The day this story takes place was August or September, and was already dusk. My dad agreed that Jake and I could take his dog for a walk in the woods, as long as we didn't stay out too long. We had been walking a path which led to a creek and had been planning to turn back once we reached it. It was about 15 minutes away from the edge of the woods. We were 10 minutes into the walk and Jake's dog, Midnight, had begun sniffing everything in sight. He was a well-trained dog most of the time. We could walk with him through the woods without a leash. But before the walk, we had gotten him really excited and he still hadn't calmed down completely. A small animal saw Midnight and quickly ran back the way it came. Midnight, still a bit hyper, bolted after it, ignoring Jake's cries for it to come back. Jake and I ran after Midnight as fast as we could, but we soon lost the sight of him, and had only the noise of his barks to follow. The chase lasted a few minutes until we caught up to Midnight. He had stopped to sniff at a tree. We took a few moments to catch our breaths before we turned to follow the path we had made, crushing through the underbrush. Midnight was now walking happily beside us. We hadn't gone very far when Midnight stopped, sniffing the air. Once again, he had turned and ran into the foliage. This time, he wasn't wagging his tail or barking, just running. Again, we chased him, but he wasn't going that fast and kept slowing down, like he wanted us to follow him. We stopped at a small hill that overlooked a clearing. I remember this part perfectly. Midnight started to quiet growl, and his fur started to rise. I remember being confused, but I couldn't see anything. The noise of something moving reached my ears. As I looked in the direction of the noise, a deer crawled into the clearing. This deer crawled, not limped or walked, it crawled like a child. I remember being transfixed on the deer. I saw it had no tail, and its face and body was oddly human. Its eyes were a bit too wide, and its nose was a bit too short and pointed, and its ears were too circular. At one point, it got so close, I could see that around the pupils of its eyes were white. This is not normal for a deer. None of us made a sound, not even Midnight, as it walked around the clearing. It must have seen us, but I guess it didn't give a damn, as long as we didn't disturb it. After walking around the clearing 3 times, it walked closer toward the middle. It slowly raised itself to be standing on all 4 legs. Once it did that, it stretched its front legs out for a few moments, like a cat. Once done stretching, it raised its front legs, kind of like a horse can. Unlike a horse, it raised until its back was straight and its arms fell to its side. Midnight started barking like someone was trying to kill him. He sounded angry and dangerous. This was not the first or last time I heard Midnight bark like that, and it didn't even cause me to look at him. Instead, I continued staring at the deer, who was now staring back at us. Its eyes were wider than they had been, and it froze like a deer caught in the headlight of a car. After an unknown amount of time of Midnight's barking and the deer's staring, the deer turned and started to run on 2 legs through the woods. It ran like a man, arms swinging slightly up and down, like a person can do. It was faster than anything I had ever seen, faster than any deer once it heard a gunshot. Minutes passed and we all just stood there, staring at the area where it ran. Soon, Jake turned to Midnight, who was now relaxed, and told him to walk with us. I remember leaving the clearing, but for the life of me I can't remember how we found the trail or exited the woods. Both of our parents were terribly angry with us. We had been in the woods for almost an hour, and by the time we got back, it was really dark out. We both told them what happened in the woods, but they said the deer must have been injured or something. Even at us insisting that the deer stood up, they told us it was just our imaginations, and that there was nothing to worry about. Jake and I talked about a lot after that. We also talked about my second encounter when it happened. Sadly, I moved and lost contact with Jake. This is my second encounter with a skinwalker, This happened when I was 10, and unlike my first encounter, I do not remember much of the fine details such as time, date, or exact location. I do remember that this happened sometime in winter 2011 and took place in Canada. This happened when I was 10. I didn't know that skinwalkers were a thing at this point in time, and so my idea of skinwalkers and yours may be extremely different. My dad was thinking it would be cool, suggesting that the entire family take a trip up to Canada to visit his brother, my uncle. My mom shot that shit down immediately, as it was in the middle of winter and very cold. My dad, who can talk anyone into anything, anyone but my mom, got her to agree with him. After my dad talked some more, he was able to take only one child with him. He could take the eldest child, a boy of 10, me. My mom wouldn't agree to anything else. A week went by, in which I assume my dad got everything sorted out with James, my uncle. My dad and I loaded into the car with our suitcases and started the multi-hour drive to our destination. This was my first time out of the country, and so I spent most of my time staring out the window. Before I knew it, we were stopping safely at our destination. We must have crossed through a border check at some point, but I don't remember it. Our destination turned out to be a cabin in the middle of the woods, with no civilization for miles. It was fantastic. This remains the only time I visited Canada, but the woods were beautiful. I remember being awestruck by them. The trees were a different type than in Michigan. The nature was loud with animals, and there were some bird calls I couldn't place. And the snow was deep, but seemingly untouched. I met James and his family for the first time. The first 3 or 4 days were a blast, exploring my new surroundings and just having fun with others. My family isn't big on guns. Up until this point, I had never even seen one. My dad hesitantly said yes, believing his brother and his promise that he wouldn't actually let me shoot it. James got his gun, which was some kind of rifle, I believe, and we went into the woods. I followed him as we walked, wondering what the gun would sound like. We hadn't gone far before we reached a fence that had cans on top of it. James showed me all the parts of the gun, even unloading it, so I could hold it. He showed me how to shoot, and I had a good time, even though I actually wasn't shooting at the cans. An hour went by, and it started to snow. At this point, James and I were cold, so we decided to start heading back. I don't know how close we were to the cabin when I saw it. Over some brush, I saw what I thought was a deer standing on its hind legs, walking like James and I were a moment before. I went running towards it, all of my memories of the previous year's running deer flooding through my head. Running deer was what Jake and I started calling it, thinking that it was a name that fit the creature well. James saw me running and must have seen what I was running towards. It was massive, bigger than a deer by at least 1.5 feet. He quickly caught up with me and put his hand in front of me to stop me from going any closer. We just watched it for a bit. At first it had its back turned to us, and I could see it didn't have a tail. After a few moments it noticed us and turned around. Its face was unlike the deer's. Ears too round, nose too short and pointed, and its eyes too wide. Again I could see the whites of its eyes. Other than that, the face was completely different from the deer's. For one, it was a moose, not a deer. Those two animals don't look much alike. For another, it looked surprised. The deer had seen us, but no emotion at all ever crossed its face. Not even when midnight had started barking. But the moose looked shocked. It looked like it had found an unknown creature. I watched the moose with curiosity and wonder. The moose looked at us with something in its eyes. I couldn't place it at the time. Years later, I was 12. I saw the same look in another creature's eye. The creature was a starving dog, guarding its kill from me as I walked by. That look was hunger. The moose started walking toward us. It didn't get 3 steps before I heard a gunshot. Immediately after the gun was fired, the tree directly behind the moose seemingly exploded. Without a moment's hesitation, the moose turned and ran, faster than anything that size should be able to move. I didn't watch it as it ran. I had fallen over, ears ringing. I had been wearing earmuffs while James was shooting earlier, but I had taken them off while we were walking back. The ringing gave way to a splitting headache. I have never been so close to a gun when it fired. I have heard that being close to a gun when fired can leave you close to death for a while, but the ringing seemed to wear off after a few minutes. James was in front of me when he shot, maybe that had something to do with it. Anyway, once it was evident that my hearing was back, James made me promise not to tell anyone anything that just happened. Me being 10, I told my dad. James and I saw a moose, and it was standing just like a man, just like the deer. As soon as I got back, James was standing right behind me and everything. I remember James saying something like, "This kid's got one hell of an imagination," and my dad just started laughing. I have tried talking to James about this. I tried just before writing this, in fact, but he always seems to avoid the subject. He even went as far as to hang up on me when I tried pushing for information earlier. This is my third story. At the time, I was 16 and lived in Massachusetts. I've also lived in Michigan and Wisconsin, and have had encounters in both. I live near Boston, but was going on a road trip with my friend and his family out to their new place in the remote parts of Massachusetts. I'll call my friend Chad. We got to their house, and I was planning to stay for about a week to help them get settled in and to see the surrounding area. At the edge of their property, they have these woods, which start off with just a few trees here and there, but after a 5-minute walk, it gets really dense. On the third day of being there, Chad's mom says she wants to give me and Chad a day off, so we could do whatever we wanted. At first, we wandered around the property and hung around the house. Then we choose to walk to the closest town. This takes 30 minutes. The town is small and there isn't much to do, but I'm happy just to be back in a place like I lived for most of my life. Small and in the middle of nowhere. We talked to an owner of an ice cream shop, which told us a bit of history about the town, nothing important or exciting. After that, we had started back to Chad's house. We got back around noon, and I suggested we go for a walk in the woods. Chad, who isn't the outdoorsy type, said no, but after a couple minutes of me nagging him, he agreed to go. Even though I go out all the time, I camp and walk the trails, at night most of the time. I have gotten paranoid due to skinwalkers and other stuff, so I always have a pocket knife with me when I go out like this. So I ran inside the house to get it. We started into the woods, leaving an obvious trail. Like I said, the woods were very thick. At first, Chad spends his time grumbling things like, "There's too many bugs. It's too damn warm outside to be doing things." Keep in mind, this was the last month in October. After a while, he started to enjoy being outside, and he actually says he liked it, and wanted to go further into the woods. By now, it was 4:30, and it was rapidly getting dark, but I didn't really care that much. We kept walking into the dark, to the point where I couldn't see much. We had started on our way back, but at some point we had gotten separated. I noticed this and turned on the flashlight on my phone, spinning around to see if I could see Chad. I couldn't. "Chad!" I yelled out. "Can you hear me? If you can, say something." I waited, and a few moments later, off to my right, I heard a feeble stammer. "Zach." Zach is my name. It sounded like Chad, and I quickly turned to the direction of the noise and slowly walked towards it. I didn't see anything, so I moved my light horizontally to try to spot anything. I called out again, "Chad!" and got "Zach" again. It was much stronger and louder this time. I walked forward with more confidence, but stopped dead in my tracks as I heard something big move very quickly through the bush right behind me. I whipped around frantically and came face to face with Chad. At first I was stunned. I had heard him from the opposite direction. Up to this point in my life, I had only encountered a skinwalker with another person once, and we were together when it happened. So this situation was new to me. What the hell were you doing behind me? Why didn't you come from the same direction as your voice?" I practically yelled at him, overcome by anger at being tricked like that. "What are you talking about? You were the one changing directions," Chad yelled back. "What?" I said quietly. I shined my light on him. I could see he was obviously shaken. I heard you call my name and I started to walk toward you. You sounded scared or hurt at first, but after a few minutes you started saying my name normally. Then you stopped answering my calls and I heard you from behind me, and I saw your light, so I started running at you, he explained. I was scared, finally putting the pieces together. I had never encountered a skinwalker that could impersonate a person's voice before, and I realized it was in the woods with us. There was a faint noise of movement behind me. I turned around to see a horrible sight. Not 10 feet in front of me, its head looked like a wolf's, like the kind you would see at a zoo. It was at least 6.5 feet tall. Its head, shoulders, and arms and chest were all covered in thick gray and white fur. Its legs and most of its stomach held a much thinner pelt of the same fur. Both Chad and I saw the creature and ran faster than I thought we could. For whatever reason, the creature didn't chase us, and we made it out of the woods without incident. Chad told his family, who didn't believe him. I didn't tell mine because they haven't believed me about this stuff in the past. Chad has not gone back to the woods and has not seen the beast again. I haven't thought about this in a good 10 years since it happened. I'll start at the beginning. My family moved to secluded Pennsylvania when I was 4. I was immediately entranced with living in the country, with several acres of woods behind us, and the house seemed so huge to me at the time. However, as a kid, I was always sensitive to spirits or energy, and there were definitely some creepy things going on in the house. So my parents noticed that I stayed with our dog Bambi a lot. He was a small sheepdog and my adventure buddy when we went walking in the woods. In case you're questioning my parents, they trusted me, as young as age 7, to walk around alone as long as I was with my dog. As he was very protective of me, my dad would give me his cell phone to carry with me just in case I needed any help. Up until I was 15, I spent a lot of time alone by choice. After school, I'd be home by 3:20. I'd eat lunch immediately and take Bambi out into the woods, and we'd explore the surrounding forests, fields, meadows, and ponds together. He was always right by my side, and seemed really attuned to the spirit. If I felt something was in the house, he'd bark at it or whine, or I'd watch him follow it around. Usually, he picked up on the presence of something at the same time I would. Anyway, from the backyard to the left, there is a small strip of trees, and in the fall and winter, when the branches are bare, you can see the field next door, which is about 300 yards from my house itself. There is a big plane shed up there, and a kind of runway, where my neighbor would fly his biplanes off. What's kind of important to the story is we have no neighbors for a mile in every direction. It's pretty rare to see any kind of people on the surrounding properties unless it's my neighbor haying the fields in the summer. But one day, in early fall, I had been trumping through the woods with Bambi for several hours, and I let him run off the leash most of the time because he would run ahead about 20 feet and keep turning around to check if I was still there. If I had lost sight of him, he'd retrace his steps to find me again. That day, I got caught up in something, so Bambi ran off a little bit and I suddenly realized I was alone. Suddenly, there was a lot of crashing deeper in the woods, and I heard Bambi's alarm bark and a lot of yelping, and then some screeching. Raccoons and gophers really make fucking scary distress sounds, so I figured that's what it was. So I called Bambi, and he popped out of some brush, covered in pickers, and since I was spooked, I ran right back home with him. Right as I got back to the door, I stopped to catch my breath, and Bambi and I were just standing there when I spotted something standing on the very edge of the runway. It ran along the higher end of the field, and then there was a steep drop off the edge of the hill at the very end of it. They didn't appear to be wearing anything distinctive, but even at dusk, I could see that they were appearing completely black, or everything about them was very shadowy and dark. This part gives me shivers now. They were standing, facing off the runway, and then I saw them hunch over and slowly raise their head and yell, "Bambi!" at the same high voice I would use to call him. They had the same vocal inflection as me too, but it sounded like they were trying really hard to sound like me. Next to me, Bambi tucked his tail under, lowered his head, and growled softly. They called again, but this time it sounded like they were losing their voice, as if they had been calling it for a while. My 8-year-old logic assumed that someone was trying to steal my dog, but why would they stand in the middle of the field and be so obvious about it? When I told my parents about it that night, they dismissed my story. The next day, I went to my cousin's house 2 miles up the road, and my uncle told me about an animal he saw the night before that he was trying to identify. He said it looked like an emaciated cow sprinting across the bridge over the creek, which was about 300 yards from the runway. And also since then, anyone who's been at my house has always been uneasy around the creek and the plain shed runway, whether or not they're interested at all in the paranormal. I know a lot of death happens in nature, but I've also found goats ripped up in the field. The nearest house with any amount of goats or farm animals is nearly 4 miles away, and a lot of unexplained things have happened up there. Number 2. Background. I'm a female, and this occurred 2 years ago when I was 18. This takes place in Maine. Every summer, my family and I go up to camp in Ellsworth, Maine. It's about a 3-hour drive from my house. The camp itself is an hour from the nearest town. I've been going to this camp my entire life. My family owns it, and I've never had an incident like this happen before. I was watching TV in the middle of the night. Both of my brothers and parents had gone to bed. I had heard a noise coming from the kitchen and realized the dogs needed to go outside to do their business. So I took my brother's 2 pit bulls and my tiny dog outside after turning on the porch light. I walked around the front yard and let the dogs off the leash. It's so incredibly dark in the woods in Maine that the porch light really only illuminated the porch and nothing else. So I tried to keep an eye on them. I was momentarily distracted when I saw a wild bird on the lake. When I looked back, I saw the pit bulls were both looking at something in the woods. I couldn't see what it was, but I assumed they'd seen a squirrel or a raccoon. It was then I realized I didn't see Alfie anywhere. She's an awfully small dog, and she's completely black. I called her a few times, and heard a soft whimpering right where the dogs had been looking earlier. I took a couple steps in that direction and called for her again, worried that she may have gotten her paw stuck between rocks or gotten stuck in a snake hole. Suddenly, I felt something moving behind me. I whipped around and looked down, and it was Alfie. She had been staying close to me the entire time. I just hadn't seen her. So naturally I was thinking, if Alfie's here, what the fuck is in the woods? I took another step forward, and the pit bulls began to growl. They were slowly advancing, and were now on either side of me, looking right into the blackness of the woods. I quickly picked up Alfie, and began to back up, very slowly. I'm not sure what I thought was there, but there's a lot of animals in Maine, and I figured the dogs knew better than I did, since I couldn't see anything. Right as I turned around, I heard the most absolutely bone-chilling thing I have ever heard in my life. Coming from the direction of the woods, I heard someone, or something, call Alfie's name. It sounded almost as if it was trying to mimic me, but it was just all wrong. The voice sounded really distorted, and almost seemed to wail. I freaked the fuck out and ran inside with the dogs. I have no idea what was out there in the woods. My camp is essentially a log cabin overlooking a lake, and our nearest neighbor, who is also family, lives at least a half a mile in the opposite direction of where that thing was. So, I decided to join my best friend Karen for a 3-day stay at her grandmother's place on the reservation. Her grandmother lives near a place called Tuba City, Arizona, in the middle of nowhere but surrounded by secluded homes. We go to college together, and I was kind of interested to know about Navajo tradition. The first day we stayed, it was pretty chill, nothing out of the ordinary. But then her grandma, not old, around 65, said that a stray dog came out of nowhere and wouldn't leave. To me, it acted kind of strange and ugly looking. Black, shaggy coat, looked like a mix between a German Shepherd and a lab. That night, we were watching a movie in the living room. We had big windows that looked out into the front where the cars were parked, with the curtains wide open. Grandma was in the kitchen cooking dinner, and we were watching a movie. Next to the window is a medium bookshelf and where we keep our DVDs. Karen went to put back a DVD we had just watched, but she freaked out because that stray black dog was staring at us through the window, standing on top of the wood box outside. Not something normal dogs do, from my point of view or hers. Usually, my dog, which is a house dog, scratches the door to be let in. Reservation dogs aren't house dogs, and dogs inside houses are frowned upon in Navajo tradition, meant to protect the house and the owner. The other dogs seemed to stray away from it. Karen opened the door and yelled at it to get off the box. It ran off behind the shed. We went to Tuba City to get some groceries and came back to the house. The dog was nowhere to be seen, nothing unusual. Grandma went to visit some people, so it was just Karen and I. About 5 o'clock, we heard someone trying to open the door. We both looked out, since there had been no car heard and no dogs barking. We looked out the living room window to the door, and there was a dog trying to open the door with its paws. 2 paws wrapped around the brass doorknob, standing on its hind legs. I thought that was weird, but it didn't really freak me out. Karen was, though. She opened the door and chased it off. Grandma came back later, and Karen told her she didn't like what she heard. We got ready to sleep. We slept in the spare room, since it had 2 beds. One of the window curtains opened a little. We turned off the light, but something sounded like it was on top of the roof. Pitter-patter, footsteps and scratching sounds, as well as panting. Weird, because the roof was way up there. It sounded like it jumped off onto a large plastic water barrel that they had. At first, we heard what sounded like barking, but as it grew louder, the dog seemed to be barking at something else. But all of a sudden, something was running around the house, barking, and it was no dog. No, it wasn't. The barking sounded human, a deep male voice barking, like it knew that we knew it wasn't a dog. Woof, 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 ruff, ruff, arf, arf, just exactly like that, adding the W's, R's, and A's, then panting again by the window, and we started freaking out. Karen decided to open the curtains to look out. In my opinion, that was stupid. There was a stray dog on its hind legs looking into our bedroom, but this time it stunk. And what I thought were 2 black holes in the neck. Another pair of eyes twinkled. Think of those ugly, glossy spider eyes staring at you, and the paws were deformed, looking like hands, and overgrown, somewhat thick, sharp fingernails. Again, both screaming and shutting the curtains closed. Grandma came running through the door, and seeing it, first thing she did was grab ashes from the fireplace, loaded 3 bullets into a shotgun from under her bed, blessed herself in Navajo, and went outside to shoot it, yelling in Navajo about how the thing wasn't welcomed here, and how it should get the hell out, and for it to go linger somewhere else. Them both being traditional, the next day they called a medicine man to come over and put cedar in the house. He prayed over everyone with cedar smoke and an eagle feather, blessed the place, and made us eat bitter herbs called eagle's gull or something, and gave me an old arrowhead. Apparently, I needed to carry one for protection, and a little pouch called a corn pullen. Seems to work pretty well. The medicine man said the dog was a skinwalker, which in Navajo is a long word, but I just call them Yoshis. The body of a stray dog, which was killed by the skinwalker, made an illusion, so we wouldn't know that it wasn't a real dog. He also said that skinwalkers tend to harm people by using some sort of human bone, straw, to spit at someone and get human bones into them. Doctors can't detect it, but the medicine man that day pulled a piece of a human skull out of my grandma's right shoulder, pretty big, about 2 inches long and 1 centimeter thick. It was real because we watched him pull it out of her. That was intense. So, I lived in my parents' rental house near my school. It was kind of an intermediate form of living on my own. All the perks, not as many responsibilities. They wanted me to worry about school rather than bills, is how they put it. I still have a part-time job for groceries and other various stuff I want though. The night it happened, I'd come home to a crazy dog, Vinny. My big black lab was going absolutely bonkers. He was jumping up on me, which he never does, and barely let me get to the counter to set down my takeout. I figured he was out of water or excited for dinner. It was close to dinner time, and I paused to scruff him and calm him down, but he just kept bounding around like he wanted to tell me something. I filled his bowl and took my Thai food to the couch. I put on my favorite show and to settle in. I had a paper to write, but was putting it off for a while. It was for my American film as a lecture class, which was important for my comparative lecture major, but I wasn't thrilled to write the paper on native son. So, it was probably going to be a late night for me, as I was inevitably going to put it off until late. Vinny came bounding in the living room and stood in front of the television. I stared at him for a moment as he panted furiously and started barking at me. I was quick to hush him because he has a big bark and we had neighbors. But he kept stalking around the living room, making various dog noises, whining and pawing at the carpet. I put my book down and went to give him more food just to shut him up. But his bowl was untouched. He never left so much as a kibble behind, and I became very apprehensive. He was acting like something was wrong, and he wasn't a drama queen, so I made sure all of the doors were locked and turned on some lights. "Go outside, Vinny," I said, sitting back on the couch. He whined at me and I had to get up to pull him by the collar to get him to the dog door to the backyard. He shot me a look and climbed through and I sighed, still a bit concerned, but not overly so. I went back to the living room and resumed my dinner. After a good 5 episodes or so, I got enough inspiration to go into the computer room and start writing my paper. There was a thump from outside as I sat down, but I ignored it. Vinny could get crazy sometimes and bounced all over the place. So I directed my attention to my homework and slowly got going. I'd been working for an hour or so when I heard another thump and something drag along the side of the house. I furrowed my brow and tried to concentrate on my paper, but something felt off. Vinny started barking and I rushed to the door to get him to come in. He was growling, hackles fully up, and I could barely get him back inside. I locked the dog door and tried to walk away, but he just sat there, staring at it, still growling. I cautiously grabbed his collar and opened the door. The yard looked normal, kind of sickly in the outdoor lights, but otherwise just fine. Vinny jerked against me, and it took all I had to keep control of him. He started barking again, and I had had enough. We were going inside for the night. I made sure all of the doors were locked and the garage was closed. Something was definitely off, and I decided to finally call the police on the non-emergency number. "Hi, my dog is acting really weird and I've heard some noises outside. Is there any way you could have someone drive by my house?" I asked. "Of course," the woman said. "What's your address?" I told her my address and thanked her profusely. Vinny was still acting like a nutcase, but I didn't want him to go outside anymore. I felt better with him going crazy inside where he could protect me. Vinny is a big dog, fiercely protective, and really scary when he wants to be. I had a boyfriend try to hit me once and Vinny nearly bit his arm off. He may have been acting like a maniac, but if something happened, he'd have my back. I sat back down at the computer, and the measly 400 words I'd managed to write and listened to Vinny bark at the door. I was going to go crazy, and I had no real way to shut him up. I considered locking him in his crate, but I was too on edge. There was a knock at the door, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Vinny started barking his head off, and I grabbed his collar again so I could open the door. 2 policemen stood on my porch. "We just wanted to let you know everything looks okay from the street," the first said, looking a bit nervous as I held the bouncing, growling beast by my collar. "Did you want us to check around back for you?" "Oh my gosh, would you?" I asked, relieved. "That would be wonderful, right through here," I said, showing them to the back door. They went out and walked around the lawn for a few minutes and then came back in. "It doesn't look like you have anything amiss," the other cop said, "but we'll drive by later." "Thank you, I really appreciate it," I said, showing them out. I locked the door and let go of Vinny's collar. He ran into the other room to bark at the door again. Part of me wanted to go unlock it, but something told me not to. I finally had enough and put him in the laundry room with his bed and toys, hoping he'd just lie down and go to sleep. But he just kept barking and howling. It was muffled now, though, which made it easier to concentrate on my homework. After what seemed like hours, I clicked the double space option and exhaled proudly, just barely making the page number requirement. That deserves some ice cream, for sure. I let Vinny out and scooped myself a bowl and made my way upstairs to get ready for bed. Vinny usually comes with me and sleeps in my bed, but stood at the bottom of the stairs, whining, giving me a little bark. I called him, but he just stood there, panting. I was really unnerved, but left my door open so he could come to bed when he calmed down. I ate my ice cream and read a few chapters in my book, then snuggled in for the night. I don't think I'd even fallen asleep when Vinny just went nuts downstairs. I was out of bed in a flash. He sounded like he was dying or something. On my way downstairs, I heard a loud clatter and a high-pitched scream from Vinny. I found him growling, barking, whining and snarling in the kitchen doorway, fixated on something. I ran to his side to calm him down, and that's when I saw it. The dog door was halfway across the kitchen, lying limp on the tile, and something was trying to come through the hole. The thing was, it was somewhere between one of those gray aliens and a corpse. It had one shoulder and a long, oddly jointed arm claw on the floor, and it struggled to get its other shoulder through. Its skin was somewhere between pale blue and mold green, like dead flesh. The hand that was clawing at the kitchen floor was too long, like it had extra joints in its fingers, which were tipped with ugly little black claws instead of fingernails. Its face was stretched, its jaw hanging lower than it should, in a mewling, groaning, angry moan. It didn't seem to have eyes, just sunken, black, empty sockets. It started to wiggle its other shoulder through the door, and I didn't need to see any more. I pulled Vinny into the garage, not bothering with shoes or pants. I sped to my parents' house, running a few lights along the way. I told my parents what happened, but they didn't believe me, obviously. They did comment on how agitated Vinny was, though. I didn't sleep a wink that night, and I didn't go to school the next morning, opting to play sick and cuddle with Vinny all day. He'd calmed down, and that alone made me feel safe. When my parents went back to the rental house, they found the dog door halfway across the kitchen floor, and half of the backyard torn up. Claw marks were dug into the floor by the door, which they blamed on Vinny, but agreed that the situation was weird. I moved back into my parents' house and insisted they come with me to pack up my stuff. I wouldn't stay past dark either. It's all I can do to stay in school. I'm getting Vinny licensed as a therapy dog so he can come with me everywhere I go. I don't think anything like what happened that night will happen again, but if it does, Vinny has my back.